I'm not sure we've got a show that would work very well because most of it was shouting, to be honest. Some of it my shouting, I admit.
Yeah. So I think you
So,
did all of the shouting, didn't you?
actually, I did, yeah.
Good day, everybody. Welcome to our Saturday morning discussion.
The definition you've given of level is as a horizontal plane. So by this definition, level is horizontal. Oh, wow! Okay, the Earth is the Earth. I agree with that. Level
Excellent.
is horizontal as I defined. I agree with that. So is it rational to believe both? Yes, we're done. Oh, wow!
I got your numbers right here.
You interrupted me!
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
You interrupted me there. I was speaking.
You have to open your mind.
But it's painful.
Imagination is all you need. Don't take advice from fools.
Okay.
Everything that they say is in vain.
You interrupted me again.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
There are many definitions in the dictionary, some of them contradictory. Scientific definitions often disagree with commonly used ones, and indeed the dictionary ones. So, and level is horizontal by definition, and you would be insane. You would be insane to deny it. Okay, the Earth is the Earth. I agree with that. It's horizontal as I defined. I agree with that. So, is it rational to believe both? Yes, we're done. Oh wow!
Everything is relative to you.
Under the definition that I accept, a level surface is not a plane surface.
Just like those straight lines are curving.
Mike, I'm happy to go with that definition for now.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve. And I don't know.
Shaped like a ball, that'll do. Yeah, is the Earth shaped like a ball?
Where all of this goes. Never take advice from fools.
Oh wow!
Everything that they say is in vain.
All verticals are parallel.
Never take advice from fools. Everything that they do is
It's been wonderful chatting with you, Betty. I can't believe, so we've now tackled, it's not possible for two people to be below each other. And level is definitely horizontal, and the Earth is definitely the Earth.
Oh wow!
Thank you.
Yeah, we've agreed there. Yeah, the surveying definition says level is the same as horizontal.
We've been talking about the real globe for a long time here.
I know the game that you're playing.
It's the dogmatic globe.
And I know exactly what's on your mind.
Dogmatic globe.
You got your playbook, it's alright.
Yeah, I'm sort of losing here, Mike.
Your model dictates what you will find.
I'm actually trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
I don't know
Thank you for helping me, but
where all of this goes.
yeah, I'm sort of losing here, Mike.
Don't take advice from fools.
No, let me finish.
Everything that they say is in vain.
Mike, you interrupted again.
Never take advice from fools.
There's the dogmatic globe.
We all know what they do is in vain.
Under the definition that I accept, a level surface is not a plane surface.
So you think it's a synthetic proposition that could be proven experimentally?
That the Earth is a globe? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
either the Earth is a globe or it's not a globe.
Good day, everybody. Welcome to our Saturday morning discussion.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's Free for All Friday. You know the script. Come on in. Conversations free for all. Everyone can have their say. I'm hoping that somebody's going to come and let us know why we've been the topic in other platforms. I don't know whether anybody's actually going to come and let us know whether that's ever going to be gone over, that we can go over it. So come on in. What's the topic for tonight? I haven't got a clue. We're playing gaming. So, what is the topic for tonight? What's everyone got on the cards? I don't know. I've heard that the some of the conversations we've had with some of the people have gone to go and talk to other people about it. Obviously, it's a bit too tricky talking to us about it. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. All the viewers have dropped.
There's been some Sajjada talk,
Has there?
double Sajjada talk, yeah?
What do they mean by that? What's double sagitta? Like a double hump?
Well, that's what I asked. Like, where's this double Sajjada? And, they got all, oh, this and that. You don't know about Sajjadas. And all I asked was explain to me what this double Sajjada means and how you're thinking of it. But Lou got all triggered.
Blue?
We know what Sagitta is. We don't know what double Sagitta is.
Yeah, well, he showed a diagram and he posted all kinds of things. But see, I was asking him, how does that relate to the hump? The conversation me and Charles had, flat Earth math. Double hump? I mean, come on, Blue, what do you mean?
I don't even know what this double sagitta is. That just sounds crazy to me.
If you're out there, Blue, here's your chance.
No. Double sagitta. Not got a clue.
And maybe Charles would explain to everyone how to measure angle to a curve, because it still bothers me. Because he's saying that he can, and he raised my objection on Blue Marble Science. So I would say that would be great time to explain how to measure angle to a curve.
They'll never come and tell us.
I am afraid so.
But unfortunately, well, unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know.
Would it mean a double hump? A double Sajjada? Would it mean a double hump? I'm just guessing now.
Well, we were thinking that if you had a diameter, then you could technically have the perpendiculars being a sagitta, couldn't you? Again,
Yeah.
It would be another diameter.
Yeah, and how does that pertain to the hump that me and Charles were talking about?
Don't know.
Exactly.
But they have to obfuscate however they do it.
Sometimes it is good to ask that kind of person what is his goal to achieve.
That's what I did.
Great.
And he started accusing me of not knowing this stuff.
Oh, okay. Normal thing.
We're building a base on Rust, so what is that noise? And that's me chopping this tree down, Mike.
I think so, yes.
Is it too much? I can turn it down a bit more.
Ah, I
not
can
too
I
loud,
can
is it?
bear it.
Yeah.
But
I did just turn it down a little bit. We are now gaming in a new game, so this is Rust. As usual, if you've got a gaming system and you want to come and game with us, then that's what we're here for. That's what we're doing. It's gaming day Fridays. And if nobody really wants to have a chat, everybody's getting the chats done in other places, then I don't know.
Hey, we got a guest.
Hello,
Good
everybody.
evening. Good afternoon.
Bev, your chopping technique is really, really horrible. You were swinging your axe right next to your barefoot toes.
Yeah, I know.
But
So
yeah,
I heard you like the straight line, not straight line, perpendicularity of horizontal and verticals. Troubled you for a while, hasn't it?
oh my goodness, yeah, it's really kind of interesting how the words can get used in different contexts, and then and this is one of the things I mentioned in my little 11-point document, is that I'll use a word and then somebody will point at me and say, you just used that word and here's what you meant, and it's like, no, that's actually not what I meant. And so people just talk past each other. That's why I
When you
anyway.
said straight, did you mean straight?
So when I said straight, I meant straight.
Slightly,
yes.
You said slightly different.
So what I said, if you go back to the original conversation and get exactly what I said in context, you'll find that I say the phrase straight line has some informal usages. One of the phrases that we use is in Euclidean geometry, straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. But in spherical geometry, we can informally use the same phrase, straight line, to indicate a geodesic on the surface of the sphere, not a chord, not a Euclidean straight line, but just traveling on the surface like an ant crawling on a beach ball. That's what I said in the original conversation.
This is the problem that I have, right?
Sure.
Because reality is Euclidean.
Yeah, you could describe things in a Euclidean fashion in reality, but Euclidean geometry has no method of describing relationships on the surface of a ball. For example, a beach ball. Forget the Earth, right? Forget the Earth. You've got a beach ball in your hands. Euclidean geometry has no way of describing anything that is on the surface of that sphere. The sphere itself is Euclidean, right? The sphere itself is Euclidean.
Yeah.
But if you were to describe how to go from one point on that sphere to another point on that sphere, Euclidean geometry has no mechanism for doing that.
it has
Of course it has.
normal Cartesian coordinate system.
Sure, the sphere can be described with normal Cartesian coordinates, but there's no way of describing how to travel along the surface in Euclidean geometry. That's why they invented other forms of geometry. So you could describe things on a curved surface. Euclidean geometry perfectly describes things that are either on a plane or in three-dimensional space, like graph paper, three-dimensional graph paper. Euclidean geometry is great. But if you're restricted to the surface, sure, three-dimensional spheres are Euclidean, absolutely, absolutely. You could go inside the sphere,
And they
you can
are
go above the
in
sphere.
reality. Spheres are
absolutely.
3D as well, aren't they?
Absolutely. But I think you're missing my point. The limitation of Euclidean geometry is that there is no easy way of describing how you can either draw shapes on the surface of that sphere or travel from one point to another on the surface of that sphere. That's where it falls down. I mean, yes, the sphere is Euclidean, absolutely. 3D space, X, Y, Z, absolutely. No argument there. But how can you describe how to go from one place on that sphere to another place on that sphere only restricted to the surface of the sphere? That's where Euclidean geometry has
about
nothing.
A sphere that is
No
Euclidean.
tools.
But still, I think that you can do that pretty easily, because if you have radius, that will be your constant. So you have the surface by keeping radius constant. Then you can draw a curve like a circumference, and you can measure length of this circumference according to diameter. And I would say that this is pretty easy to do. Not very complicated.
Well, if all you were going to do is measure the circumference of the sphere, that's fine, all right. But the idea of drawing a line on the surface of the sphere is where we have problems. And just getting back to your original question, Bev, you were asking about straight line.
Yeah.
I was thinking to myself, you've seen the man on the street interviews, right? So you take a beach ball, and then you walk up to a man on the street, Piccadilly Circus, wherever, and you're like, okay, here's a Sharpie. I want you to scribble a line on this ball. And so he'll probably, scribble a line. It'll be all wavy. Okay. And then you say, okay, now let's do it again. But I want you to draw a straight line on this ball. And what the person will do is the person will not be confused by your instructions about drawing a straight line on a ball. The person will draw a geodesic. They will not say.
Here we go again as well. You keep saying that. A geodesic in Euclidean space is a straight line, like a traditional straight line.
But a surface of a
Also,
sphere is
on
not
top of
Euclidean
that-
space. That's the problem.
It is. The sphere is Euclidean.
The surface is not.
Of course it is.
We agree with Paper's point about the circumference again. Just out loud for everyone, please.
Yeah, there's no problem with finding the circumference of a sphere in
Thank
Euclidean
you.
geometry.
Okay,
It's very
so next
straightforward.
we move from there, and you're about some sort of an arc on the surface of the sphere. Well, there is an angle between those two endpoints in the center, so you can definitely calculate that easily with Euclidean as well.
Yes, but the
Based on
problem,
the very same thing that Paper has just said. Yes,
but
yes.
the problem is with
There's no
with
problem.
drawing shapes.
It's your problem.
And
Like
I have
if you make this arc, which you can call a geodesic on the surface of the sphere, everybody informally understands that's the closest thing we're going to get to a straight line on the surface. So you can use informally straight line. Okay, but now what if you connect three
problem
arcs?
with the fact that you're talking about an arc and a straight line, calling both of them straight at the same time? You actually have no problem with it in your own personal life.
That's correct.
So it's your problem then.
So
that's your problem.
the issue is when we draw, connect three arcs together to form three vertices, right? So we would call that a spherical triangle.
You mean
So
three, planes?
No, not planes.
Yeah, they are. They're
Three,
planes that intersect.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Well, okay, let me get this straight. If each of the three planes intersected the center of the sphere, yes, that is correct. That's actually a very interesting way of looking at it. Yeah.
That is how you do it. Don't be acting ignorant about it. They're your angles. The
I've never thought about
intersections
that
of the
way.
planes through the center of the Euclidean sphere.
Okay.
The Euclidean
so,
planes that are intersecting through the center of the Euclidean sphere are what you imagine as a problem.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying there's a problem. I'm saying that shape that is formed on the surface of the sphere is what we call a spherical triangle. It is made up of three quote unquote straight line segments. You can call them arcs. You can call them geodesics. Right? It has three vertices and three geodesics. We informally call them three straight lines, right? And that is a spherical triangle. You could literally draw that on a sphere in front of you. You could draw it on a globe.
You don't have vertices. An angle is formed by the intersection of two straight lines to one another. The inclination is what we measure, and that's an angle. And the vertex of an angle is the point of intersection of two straight lines. You don't have that on the surface of a sphere. Please don't talk bullshit.
Well, that's in Euclidean geometry, so you're welcome to affirm what is true in Euclidean geometry. I'm now talking about spherical geometry. And in spherical geometry, we're drawing things on surfaces of spheres.
No.
So you draw a spherical triangle.
That's where you get mistaken. You're not talking about spherical geometry. You're talking about drawing shapes and things on Euclidean shapes. Right? You're not talking about spherical geometry. Don't mislead people into believing that the surface of a Euclidean shape, a sphere, a ball, in reality, is not Euclidean. That's not true.
Okay. If you are restricting yourself to the surface, that surface is non-Euclidean.
Absolutely not. Every solid object has surface. Cube has surface.
Sure.
Sphere or ball has surface. This is Euclidean. Surface is extremity of solid object. So it is in definition of solid object.
Yes.
Euclidean definition.
Yes.
So this is Euclidean.
Even better than
absolutely.
that.
I've never disagreed.
In Euclidean as well, the circumference of a circle and a diameter of a circle, which the sphere is literally formed by the revolution of the semicircle about its diameter, which remains fixed, aka circumference of circle extended into 3D for the sphere. It's Euclidean, Johns.
Yes, and I've never disagreed with that. So I've spent a good portion of this conversation agreeing that the sphere is Euclidean.
Of the sphere, by the way,
notice
Charles,
you just interrupted
me. Agreed that
Thank
is
you.
Euclidean, while trying to argue the fact that that it's not. Well, it's not a fact, Charles. I just explained to you how the surface of the sphere is Euclidean by the extension of the circumference being, extended into 3D, and you agreed with me. So are you going to go back on what you just agreed with?
So the field of mathematics that describes relationships, shapes, lines that are restricted to the surface of a sphere is called spherical geometry. So I posted a link in chat. One of the world's most preeminent websites in terms of mathematics and mathematics education is called Wolfram. They've got the best computational horsepower behind them. So if you are getting a degree, an advanced degree in mathematics, you will probably use Wolfram tools. So one of the problems in this space is that we have some people who don't even acknowledge that spherical geometry even exists.
It doesn't
and they act
exist.
kind of like Globers.
It never makes it into 3 dimensions. Things in reality exist. They are 3D.
Yes.
Right, well, spherical geometry is not 3-dimensional, is it?
Well, if you plot the coordinates of something on the surface, then you only need 2 numbers.
That's a no, isn't it? It's not 3D.
Well, I just want to clarify.
Can I ask Charles a question
clarify that you only need 2 numbers to uniquely identify any point on that.
That's not 2D, Charles.
Yes, and in your spherical geometry, you have 2 curved dimensions, which is of oxymoron, of course, but still, this is what you claim to have. 2
I'm not claiming it.
dimensions.
Geometers have claimed it for hundreds of years. All right, I did not invent spherical geometry.
You do realize you need a radius for a circle, and extend it to diameter in order to revolve the semicircle around said diameter to have the sphere. Yeah.
Charles, I just have a quick question, if I may. What would a sphere be in spherical geometry?
I don't understand the question.
Using spherical geometry, can you construct a sphere?
That's actually a very good question. Probably not.
No, yeah. That's it cannot describe reality because you say that your spherical ball or earth is 3D object. We can agree on that.
So didn't say anything about the Earth. I was talking about
geometry,
a ball.
so in spherical geometry, you cannot depict reality. We live
Okay,
on,
so
Can I finish the point about my radius? Because that's 3 points, Charles. That's the center of the sphere and the 2 endpoints of the diameter. Those are all 3 of them required before you can even have a sphere. So you're saying about the 2 numbers, weaseling away from the fact that we're using points, is just a weaseling tactic because you have 3 points before you even have a sphere.
So if you were to learn about
Just
spherical,
acknowledge what I've just said, please,
oh my
Charles.
goodness. You do a lot of interrupting. So
Yeah,
if you
just
ask me a
want you to
question,
acknowledge
you
what
won't,
you
you
just
won't
said.
let me
Don't
What I've
answer
said.
the question.
acknowledge what is just being said.
Yeah,
Charles,
what you said
that's
was wrong.
why.
Okay.
How
There,
is
I'm
what I
acknowledging
said
it.
wrong?
What you
You
said was
need a
wrong.
radius to do a circle. Then you have a center point. You have 2 endpoints of a diameter, which you then revolve the semicircle around to get a sphere. Those 3 points are required to construct a sphere. Just acknowledge the fact that what I'm saying is true.
I'm not going to acknowledge that. If you've never seen
Oh,
a
of
soap
course you're
bubble,
not.
there's no center point.
Soap
Constructing a
bubbles
soap bubble.
aren't
The soap bubble
geometric
just exists
constructions by
as a sphere.
following
So, and
definitions.
again,
and
you're talking right over
propositions.
top of me. You have
Because I
no
want you
interest in
to
me answering your
acknowledge
question.
Euclidean geometry, that's all. Because you can't talk about non-Euclidean geometry without acknowledging Euclidean.
No one ever disacknowledged Euclidean geometry. This is now what, the 6th
Okay,
time
so
I'm saying
what I said
a
is
sphere
spot
is
on then.
Euclidean.
Thank you.
Notice you're
3
talking
points.
right over top of me. You have a real problem with
Yes.
that. You can't let me get a
Yeah, you
complete
seem to
sentence
have a lot
out
of
without
problems, Charles.
interrupting. It tells me that I'm on the right team because I don't feel the need to interrupt you when you get
Good
3 words
logic
into
there.
a sentence.
Charles, the problem is that you are utterly ignoring when someone is making good point. You're just ignoring that.
So the point
This
I
is-
was trying to make, paper, is that in spherical geometry, you don't even need to know the
You
radius
hear that,
of
paper? You make a
your.
good point and
So
he ignores
notice
it.
he's literally interrupted me again. So Saragaki, could you put yourself on mute so I can get a
Come
couple
on,
sentences
Charles.
Ah,
We don't need
please.
moderation. We don't need you moderating. We're fine.
Okay.
This is a free-for-all Friday.
out? Okay, so free for all. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
Let me just
what
say,
I was trying
as
to
a mod,
say.
hang on, Charles. As a mod, let me just say, I just went back because you made a claim that Saragaki talked into you three words into your sentence. I just went back. You did the exact same thing to Saragaki. So let's just continue on. Deal with whatever we got to deal with. Don't stop making claims that you're being a victim here when you're doing the exact same thing. Okay.
Thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome.
So what I was trying to say to Saragaki in his claim that you require the center for spherical geometry just deals with angles. The only time you need the center or the size of
It's
the
for the
sphere
angles, yeah.
is if you have the need to measure a length in, say, inches. But lengths of arcs in spherical geometry can be measured in radians, which means you don't even need to know the size of the sphere you're talking about.
If you're in 2D, how can you have radians again?
Yeah. No such thing, is there?
Absolutely not. Because you can't even have a center, as you just said.
So it doesn't look like you understood a word that I said. One of the principles about Euclidean geometry is that it is scale-free. So when you're studying the axioms and the principles of Euclidean geometry, they don't make definitions of like inches. How many inches is something? They just talk about
Units.
this angle is congruent to this segment is congruent to that. And likewise, in spherical geometry, it is also scale-free. You can do it on a small sphere. You could do it on a large sphere. There is no requirement to know the radius of the sphere. Okay,
Clearly, you
the axioms
haven't
and
read
principles
book
work.
7, Charles.
Did I?
Book 7, Euclidean geometry. Clearly, you haven't read it.
So, again, it doesn't look
that's
like you're
all about
acknowledging what I
numbers.
said about spherical geometry. It's scale-free, so you don't need to know the radius.
There is no radius because there's no center.
Also, you said that spherical geometry is just concerned about angles. Well, angles are the inclination of a straight line to another straight line, which you don't have any of. So,
Well,
it gets
when
a
I
little
said
bit
angles,
tricky.
I also meant angles, but also lengths, but lengths expressed in radians, like lengths of arcs expressed in radians. But this gets back to the original question you were asking, Bev, is about straight lines. And hand somebody a beach ball in the middle of Piccadilly Circus and just say, draw a straight line on this beach ball, and they're going to have no trouble figuring out what you mean.
Do you think that they would think that straight lines are different because you hand them a ball?
So if you hand them a clipboard and say, draw a straight line, and they'll say, sure. And they'll draw a straight line that's, approximately freehand. Hand them a ball, say, draw a straight line, and they'll draw a geodesic. Right? There's going to be no confusion in their mind as to what you mean when you hand them a clipboard versus when you hand them a beach ball.
That. You should do that. You should go outside and do that.
Yeah.
Go stand in Center City, Philly, with a beach ball and a clipboard, and test that out. And let's see how that goes. You should film it too.
Yeah, it's a good study, that. Whether people understand what straight lines are, whether their understanding of straight line changes when they're handed a spherical object. And you reckon people would easily succumb to that, do you?
So, Bev, I hope you understand that one of the key points I try to make in almost all these discussions is that context matters. And so, if you're in this space and you're talking about a straight line, then I would say, are you talking about a straight line, a Euclidean straight line, or are you talking about a straight line drawn on a sphere? Because sometimes people
That's not a straight line.
don't understand.
You cannot draw a straight line
that, Charles.
on ball.
I think that's why it's a fascinating study, Charles, right? Because
can you imagine going through life like this?
People do that.
If that was
can you imagine teaching a geometry course and every time Charles, your teacher, says, "Okay, class, now draw a straight line," the kids have to say to him, "Are you talking about on a beach ball?"
Yeah, which straight line are we drawing, sir?
I think if you put someone in the position of, like, say you're walking through a mall, there's somebody by a table with a camera and everything, and just out of nowhere asks you to draw, in quotes, a straight line on the surface of this beach ball, end quote. You may feel like you're put in some sort of an awkward position and be like, this guy has a clipboard. Like, I understand I can't draw straight lines on this ball, but I do understand what he wants me to do. And he's obviously testing me. I don't want to fail his test. I want to see what's up with this. Like, you're curious and you're a bit awkward, and you're just trying to sort of reason your way to what is this person asking you to do, because obviously that's not a straight line, but you're being put under pressure right here. Like, if you actually go through a conversation about straight line, nobody's going to tell you that that's a straight line, unless of course they're equally model afflicted.
I think anybody who's passed high school math would be able to tell you that a straight line on a curved surface will follow the surface which is curved. Anybody who's graduated high school would be able to tell you that. So your experiment would show you that you are in the vast minority of people who deny that on a curved surface, a straight line follows the surface. That's what would happen.
That's go out and test that. Go out on the street and test that. I'd love to see the results.
I'm fine being in that group of people that think that straight lines are actually straight, and anything that isn't straight doesn't need to be called straight. I'm fine with that.
Okay, and that's fine. So you like to be part of a group that doesn't understand, some maths that would explain how we calculate things on a curved surface, and that's fine. You can stay there. The rest of the world just isn't there.
How many courses in spherical geometry have you taken?
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, Rob.
I see him already on Friday.
Just out of curiosity, how many courses in spherical geometry did you take?
How many courses did I take?
Yeah.
In specifics, non-Euclidean geometry?
Yep.
Spherical geometry, yeah.
I didn't take any specific courses on geometry. Geometry is a subject matter that is studied in many different math courses. So depending on the math course that you're taking, you'll have some aspects of it and some of it you won't. So it really depends on what you're studying. If you're studying, if you're studying to become a geodetic surveyor, then yes, you will have a very intricate understanding of how to calculate things on a curved surface.
Have you done anything in this geodetic surveying?
I haven't taken any geodetic surveying courses, but I can understand the basics.
Have you talked to anybody that has taken a geodetic surveying course?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in the construction industry, so our engineering plans have these factors already engineered in when you get your plans. So yes.
Well, what do you mean they already have it engineered in? Because the plans are Euclidean.
The plans are not Euclidean. They don't tend to any particular facet. They take data, they interpret the data, and then they engineer something around the data. That's what engineering is.
So you don't think that the plans that you see are Euclidean, do you not?
The plans that you see don't hold any loyalty to any form of math. It is simply data.
No, they definitely do. They absolutely, definitely do.
It's
they
data.
do, because they will adhere to all the axioms of Euclidean geometry, all of them, and all the definitions.
No, they won't. No, they won't.
Aren't these plans based on perpendicularity?
On perpendicular, of one vertical? Yeah, you can use one vertical to establish.
No, I'm talking about perpendicularity.
Well, there is no perpendicular. What are you talking about perpendicularity? In reality, the perpendicular is strictly to your plumb. Your plumb dictates your vertical. You use that as your set point to do your entire surveying of whatever piece of land you're going to build on.
Have you done any surveying?
I haven't had a need to do surveying. Okay. The surveying is done for me. I'm not educated in surveying, so I relate the experts give me the data that is needed to make a plan to build something.
Okay, so was it the surveyors that told you to come in here and speak about surveying?
That's called appeal to authority.
I'm not speaking about surveying. I'm just telling you the basic facts that people who are professionals in this would take that data and then relate that data to somebody who would then use it to engineer something.
Right, yeah, we know that. We know how construction plans are made and how people actually use.
Well, I don't think you do. Actually, I don't think you do. To be honest.
What do you mean you don't think we do?
Well, I don't think you do. You're completely dismissing an entire facet of math that is used.
But you've not done any of it.
I've done engineering, and I've used the data.
Admitted that you know nothing about this. You've never studied any of this geometry.
Have you done any Have you done any surveying courses? Are you a geodetic surveyor? Oh, you have. Yeah,
I have done surveying. Yes.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Because if you did,
don't tell me I haven't.
I can, because you are completely wrong in what you're saying. And if you had done any surveying courses, you wouldn't be speaking like that. So I can tell you with full confidence that you haven't.
Well, you do sound ignorant to me. We have been over this many times. You do not know anything about surveying. You have never done any surveying, and you've never done any mathematics related to that surveying. So I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't think you do either. To be quite honest.
We've heard enough from him. My server muted him. Because he was not contributing anything. It was just you haven't done this and you haven't done that without knowing anything about anything.
No,
you made a claim. You made a claim, Bev, that engineering plans, engineering profiles are Euclidean, and he said no, they're not.
Yeah.
Would anyone, Charles, would you like to take that? Do you think engineering plans, elevation drawings, those kinds of things are Euclidean? Do you think they're Euclidean or no?
They take into account the shape of the Earth.
So you're also claiming that engineering plans are not. No,
the engineering plans do take into account the shape of the Earth because they are measured to the land, and that's how they are built. They are 100% Euclidean, aren't they, Charles?
So only if you're talking about ECEF XYZ coordinates. But if you're talking about in reference to, say, a coordinate system, you know, latitude, longitude, or the state plane coordinate system, then it has to take into account the curvature of the Earth. So especially if it's a bridge or something,
The
or a tunnel.
elevations of the land.
Not just the elevations of the land, no, the actual curvature of the Earth.
What
Like,
do you mean,
for
the
example,
curvature
you know,
of the Earth? What are we talking
we've
about?
talked about LIGO. I think a lot of people are near experts in LIGO, and LIGO is a great example of something, a construction project that was so big that it literally had to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
Okay,
so
so
that they
are
could
the
result
straight lines
in a straight line
of the horizontal
Arms.
plane that the LIGO sat in, that doesn't curve, does it?
No, because they're straight.
So
the
they
laser beam
don't.
has to
They
travel down a
don't
straight line.
account for curvature in straight
Well,
lines.
the foundation
do they?
did. The foundation did, and
What
that's
do you mean
that's shown
foundation
in the
did?
elevation.
You mean the
in
elevation?
profile.
Yes, the elevations
yeah,
had to be known, right? When they measured the land. Now, when they measured the land, they measured elevation changes from a horizontal plane, didn't they?
No, they measured them from level.
Yeah, from a horizontal plane, exactly.
The level is not horizontal.
Okay, so are you saying there is a difference between the level plane that they built it on and a horizontal in terms of elevation changes?
But you just said level plane.
Yes,
level
a
is
level
not a plane.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
Well,
level is curved.
there...
Level follows the curvature
Okay,
of the Earth.
so does level change elevation?
No, level is constant elevation.
So does horizontal change elevation?
With great distance, yes. If you define horizontal to be, you know, at point B, and then you go 100 miles away from point B.
You define horizontal as horizontal.
At a point.
You don't need to. No, it's a plane.
It's a plane defined where you are, and then if you move your instrument to someplace else, you could define a new horizontal.
Okay, so LIGO would be on a horizontal plane, right?
The arms can be projected into a horizontal plane. Not projected. The arms can be yes. You can make an imaginary horizontal. It's an imaginary plane because it's two arms.
It's just a horizontal plane, right? Now both of the arms lie within a horizontal plane, and they had to take into account the elevation of the land in order to build those straight horizontal plane arms of LIGO.
Yes, but even more than the elevation of the land, like, you know, surface features, bumps and gullies and stuff. But they have to take into account the curvature of the Earth at that distance.
They're just straight arms that are horizontal. So
the
where
lines would not
is
be
the
straight.
accounting of the curvature? Because they're horizontal, like all plans for any building, right? They have to be taken into account the land of the area, because you need to make a horizontal plane to build your structure upon. That's Euclidean geometry. Every building, every plan, every elevation profile ever known to everyone uses a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, for a building site the size of a structure, like a you know, an office building, say, you can use plane surveying, but you cannot use plane
horizontal
surveying to construct
planes
LIGO.
and all elevation profiles all have horizontals with a 0 elevation change.
No.
Go on. Show me one elevation profile that doesn't have a baseline horizontal as their standard 0.
The baseline is level. That's the part you're getting confused by. An elevation profile, and I think Saragaki just posted one a couple minutes ago. Saragaki, it was at 3:41 p.m., or at least 3:41 my time, 41 after the hour. Saragaki posted an elevation profile, and the baseline for that elevation profile is level. The baseline is not horizontal. The baseline is level.
Straight,
That's
isn't
a
it?
very important distinction.
Straight, isn't it?
On the diagram, it's straight because that's the definition
it's
of an elevation
horizontal.
profile.
Yeah, that's a horizontal.
the sheet of paper, the line going across the sheet of paper is a
Still,
ruler
it is
straight
straight
line,
line.
but that
It's
is,
a
and in reality, that's
horizontal
level.
scale, Charles, and a
Charles,
vertical
your
scale.
nervous laugh is very telling.
Sorry, Rob. I'll have to work on that. But I'm
Yeah,
enjoying
you gotta
myself.
work
That's,
on that.
you know,
Thank you.
the
So
thing
am
is,
I. I've been laughing many times at the
Okay.
things you say.
all right, but
Thank you.
but you keep your mic off so we don't hear your laughter. So anyway, I
Why
am
not?
having a good time. I enjoy talking with the crew. So
So tell us again, where do you think this curvature comes in? Do you think that all elevation profiles that have a horizontal baseline, do you think that's level and therefore not actually straight? Because that's what
Yes.
you seem to be saying. Well,
That is exactly what I'm saying.
all of the elevation profiles ever made in every drawing ever done, they have a horizontal baseline. Now, you're equivocating that with horizontal, level.
no, level. So level is the same as horizontal on a small scale. I mean, it's practically the same, if I can clarify my language. But if you go great distances, like a canal or even something like LIGO, where you may be, you know, quite a few feet away from horizontal, you'll definitely see it in the elevation profile. So the baseline of a drawing that is called an elevation profile, that baseline is level. And it follows the curvature of the earth for large projects, like I said, canals, you know, rivers, whatever
I
the
do
surveying's
think
been done.
Panama Canal elevation profile. It is the largest, I would say, profile maybe in the world made.
Well, they have elevation profiles of, like,
Please
you know,
show me
entire
where
lengths of
is the
rivers.
curve there.
Well, but the baseline, the horizontal baseline is level. Okay, so you're not going to see any curvature of the earth.
Yes, it's right.
Yep.
Horizontal is level. Yes, that's
No, a horizontal is
was
not level.
saying it for years. Yes, yes, we agree.
The baseline of an elevation profile is level, but horizontal is not level.
Thank you for that. That's
But this
awesome.
is on horizontal datum, so reference to vertical distances and changes is horizontal.
It's not on a horizontal datum.
Yes, it is based on horizontal. These vertical changes are made from horizontal baseline.
So paper. Do you believe that there is a field of study called geodetic surveying? You believe that study exists?
No,
That
I
entire
don't,
Surveying,
but
Charles.
we are talking about surveying, practical surveying.
Yes.
What it is
over
done.
great distances, like the Panama Canal.
Yes, so over great distances, they draw a straight line and perpendicular to that. So horizontal and vertical. And measurements are made from horizontal plane. These,
What I was asking, if you affirm or deny the existence of a field of study called geodetic surveying.
It's just surveying, Charles. Wake up.
I don't know nothing about geodetic surveying, but I know about surveying.
Okay, no, fair enough, and I appreciate your honesty. But 99% of practical surveying, where you're building a building, something on a plot of land, is plain surveying, because Earth curvature
It's just
is
surveying,
pretty much negligible.
Charles.
But on the great distance, they have to use geodetic surveying because the Earth
It's
does in fact curve.
surveying, Charles. Where do you think the difference is?
It's with distance. You have to take into account, like LIGO.
Surveyors
Like if you
use,
look at the
distances.
elevations
That's
of
mainly
LIGO.
what they do.
And I'm sorry for interrupting. I can't. Because in my language, in Polish, we have two names for surveyor. Surveyor, that or man who is measuring, because it means in Polish, and the second is geodet, and it means the same. And these geodets, they don't measure any curvature because they are just surveyors.
It's
Sorry
interesting.
for interruption.
No. That was interesting because it's interesting to hear what the language does what the vocabulary is in other languages. So you say that there is a word called similar to geodist or
Geodet or geodeta.
yeah.
Like
Well,
geodet.
if you want an interesting field study is to pick up the phone and just call up somebody and just ask them. Try to look up a geodist in your town and ask them.
You're surveyors, Charles. They're
So,
surveyors.
So, Bev, one of the big distinctions, and again, we're talking about surveying, and I would say there are two families of surveying. There's plane surveying, and then there's geodetic surveying.
Same thing.
And well, but it's actually they're not the same thing.
They are.
Plane surveying.
They're the same thing. They survey the land.
So yeah, and that's one of the problems in this arena is the denial of entire fields of study. Like spherical geometry doesn't exist, geodetic surveying doesn't exist, and it's a little disconcerting.
We just said that geodetic surveying does definitely exist. Nobody said it doesn't, Charles. It's surveying. Just surveying. Quite simple.
If geodetic surveying is indistinguishable from surveying, then that means we're just putting on another word that means the same thing.
Yes, you are.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So the word geodetic, we might as well just be talking about,
You may just leave it behind.
a human surveyor.
Just a
the word
surveyor.
human
Yes.
doesn't add anything.
Yes.
All
Do you know,
surveyors are
do you know
human,
why I'm
right?
so proud of my land surveying certificate, Charles?
Tell me why.
Because they don't have it anymore, do they? There's no such thing as land surveying. It's all just geodetic surveying.
Which pretty much means the same, because geo is land or earth. So that's it.
Yeah. So the thing is, I'm a teacher at heart, and I'm always trying to, help people learn things that they haven't learned before. But I also encourage people to research stuff on their own. So I think it would be really helpful in this arena if you just literally just Googled the phrase geodetic surveying and just tried to study. Just try to study what
Can you give me 1
other
second,
experts
please?
have said.
Do you know? Wait, just a minute, Rob. Do you know who has actually studied this stuff? Do you know, with all of the people, for you to say, if you just study it, do you know who has studied it?
Bev has.
Yes, thank you, Charles.
You've
I
studied
just wanted to
geodetic
ask
surveying?
Charles the question.
I've
Just
studied
real quick,
surveying,
teacher, man.
Charles. But it was before they had geodetic surveying. They called it land surveying when I did it. And I did it when I did building construction, architectural drawing, everything to do with the building construction industry. That's what I was doing.
So are you suggesting that geodetic surveying was invented in the last couple of years?
Charles, I'm
I see.
You got your
trying to
certificate?
say that geodetic surveying is surveying. It's you that is getting it misrepresented. They're just surveyors. They're not special. They're just surveyors.
So
I would even add, that because geo and land, it pretty much means the same. For some reason, someone changed this name from land surveying for geodetic surveying, but it is the same. Why not?
So would there be any problem with doing research into what geodetic surveying
Already
is?
done it,
Would
Charles.
that be offensive?
We've already done it. Now, if you're asking us to go and research what some lunatics keep telling us about them not using actual straight lines, then I don't need to research that because it's not real. Straight lines exist in reality. Surveyors use them. for their job.
Can I please interject now?
Yeah.
I just wanted, Charles, you say I'm a teacher at heart, but as a teacher, are you also willing to learn?
Yes, only if it is
Because it's not
factually
apparent that
based.
you are. Yes. And if Bev tells you something from his position of knowing, and you just say, nah, that's you unwilling to learn. Thank
Okay.
you, Bev.
So Rob,
Thank
that's a
you,
very
Rob.
good. That's a very, very good point. But if somebody tells me something which contradicts what I've heard from other experts in the field, then I might say, nuh-uh. Right?
You're the one now claiming, the contrary to an expert, by your
So-
definition being the educated one in the room, in the conversation right now, Charles.
Well, okay, so Saragaki, that's a good point, but Bev has claimed that, and if I'm not mistaken, that you have a land surveying certificate,
No, he's never
but you have
claimed that
not,
I have a land
but you have not,
certificate. No.
but you have not worked as a surveyor. So if I talk to somebody who has worked as a surveyor, I would say that person is more of an expert. Okay?
With the same education and training.
Or more. 20 years experience in the field of surveying.
Yeah, you're
I would say that person's more of an expert than
practically
someone.
for a longer period of time doesn't actually change the horizontal plane, does it?
We're not talking about the horizontal plane. We're talking about
Surveying,
who's considered an expert. Right? The challenge that you just made was that I was not learning from an expert. I was just saying,
No,
nuh-uh.
you're denying. Yeah, you're denying
My counter to
current
that,
expert, in quotes, expert, of course, because I think the term is ridiculous on purpose. But yeah, in this conversation, the only person close to an expert is Bev, unless anybody else wants to pipe up, of course. Then you only
Yes,
have one person right now.
I wouldn't like to say I'm an expert, right? But
Yeah,
what
that's why I
what
put
I
it in
would
quotes.
say is, Charles, that I do have experience with surveying.
sure, you have more experience than I do.
Okay.
But somebody who has 20 years paid experience as a professional geodetic surveying has even more experience.
They've told you something, or are they here?
Well, no, they're not here in the room.
Okay. So all we've got is hearsay then, right?
So, but
of Charles, who actually knows nothing about this, has purportedly talked to somebody who claims to be an expert on geodetic surveying. Now, are they an expert in surveying, or primarily just geodetic surveying?
Geodetic surveying
would
is
they
a
know the
superset.
difference between the two, and would they be able to state
Yes.
what the difference is between the two different types of surveying that you imagine? Right now, what
I
have
don't
they
imagine.
told you is the difference between surveyors and surveyors? What's the difference, Charles, please?
That was a ridiculous question, Bev.
Well,
The difference between geodetic surveyors and
plane
surveyors?
surveying tools for
The geodetic
Euclidean
surveyors do not.
geometry. Yeah,
The
they do.
geodetic surveyors do not use plane surveying methods.
They use tools.
Oh, sure, they use tools.
In reality, well, they're plane surveying Euclidean geometric tools that they use. They don't use a different geometry. So, can you please
they
again
use
state the
theodolites.
difference between the two that you imagine?
So it's not. I don't imagine it because you can look it up. Right? There's textbooks written on it. So it's not me imagining anything. It's me just simply quoting the experts.
Is there a chance, can I just ask real quick, is there a chance, Charles, that when you come over next time that you bring your so-called geodetic surveyor friends with you?
Experts. Can you name these
Yeah,
experts, or are you just going to claim experts?
So the one I'm most familiar with is Jesse Kozlowski.
The one that's not here.
But
And
what's
isn't it
fascinating
convenient
to
that
me,
Jesse Kozlowski seems that he doesn't want to come and tell everybody this? He just talks to you.
Also
about this.
convenient, if I can, also convenient that that's the only name I ever hear bantered about in this arena.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he's the only geodetic surveyor. That could
It might be the only one, yeah?
Well, it would be helpful if we could have another voice in the room, such as Incarnation 613, who has a lot more experience than I do.
No, he's
ignorant
lying.
of
He
everything.
lies.
There's a video.
I don't
I'm going to
believe
put it out tomorrow, Charles. You should
said
listen
a
to
single
it.
thing that was
It's
a lie,
called
so-
The Ignorant Dogmatician. And
Wait a minute.
that's your man.
Wait a minute. What did you just say, Charles?
I didn't hear him say anything that was a lie. So
You didn't. Did you not hear him say that Bev does not have a land surveying certificate?
I did not hear him say that.
Well, he did.
Is
So
that why you muted
We'll have to,
him?
we'll have to go
that
back
is
to the tape.
exactly why I server muted him.
We'll have to go back to the tape.
Be my guest.
What's fascinating to me is the question that I believe it was Rob. Rob asked, if I'm a teacher, aren't I also willing to learn? And then I'm really trying to answer that question. Is that if I hear two pieces of testimony and they contradict each other, I'm not just gonna accept one over the other.
Well, you have though.
Which criteria would you follow in order to decide between the two?
So somebody with 20 years experience over somebody who took a course and got a
So
certificate.
both of them just telling you things, you just take it as read.
Okay.
All right.
And there's
cool.
also my
So-
extensive research online into the subject. So there's that.
So the fact that they're
I
both
have a
using the
textbook
same
on surveying.
tools, the same geometry, the same principles, that doesn't strike you as a little bit strange?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you were saying because you were talking over top of me. What's the
Yeah, I
question
want
again?
to try and stay on one point at a time. So doesn't it strike you a bit strange that these two people that you're holding up in false dichotomy both use the same tools and the same geometric principles to do their job? Don't you find that strange?
Well, when you say same geometric principles, geodetic surveyors have to acknowledge the curvature of the Earth. So there's that.
You think they have to swear a blood oath before they go to work?
The curvature of what?
No, they do
Charles,
not swear a blood oath. to
Plane
my
surveyors
knowledge.
measure elevation changes
Yes, agreed.
from a horizontal tool. A tool called a level establishes a horizontal plane and they measure elevation changes reference to that horizontal. Now, where's the curvature?
It won't be found on a building site.
But where is it?
Well, if you go to the plans of LIGO, you can see the changes of elevation will trace a curve, which is very strange because LIGO is supposed to be straight, but yet the elevation curves. It's very, very strange.
The land does curve, yes.
No, we're talking about elevation, which you say
What do you mean
is
elevation?
above
No.
a flat baseline.
No, if the elevation changes, then that's a curve, right? Have you seen a mountain? That's an elevation change, and they are curves, aren't they?
Yes, but LIGO is straight. The arms of LIGO are straight. They have to be
So
straight,
there's
otherwise
no
the laser
curve
beam
there
won't
in
work.
that straight, is there?
So there's no curvature in the straight arms of LIGO. Yet
Okay.
for some reason on the elevation profile, it's a curved.
It's
you know,
not.
it's curved
The
set of
elevation
elevation
profile of the LIGO arms are straight. They're not curved. They're straight.
They're definitely curved.
No.
I
The
guess maybe you're not
elevation
familiar with the
profile
numbers,
of
but
the
you-
LIGO arms, which are straight, will show a straight, Charles.
Then you haven't looked at the numbers because the numbers disagree with you. The plans.
Well, I'm just telling you now, right? The elevation of a straight line will be depicted as straight. Particularly if there's no elevation change, it will be a horizontal line, won't it, Charles?
On a short distance, like a building, like one.
On
one building.
Every
LIGO,
elevation
you're not correct.
profile ever done. Have you ever seen the
No.
Panama Canal elevation
Yes,
profile?
yes, Aragaki's posted it.
That's straight, isn't it?
So the
And
the
this is
baseline
big
is
project.
level.
This is very big project.
Much bigger than LIGO.
Yes, it's
LIGO
much
is
bigger than LIGO,
dwarfed by
yes.
this project.
Yeah.
Could it be a hump?
It's very inconvenient, Charles, but it is horizontal. These facts You're not going to be able to overcome them. The elevation profiles for every drawing of every construction project ever made will be referenced to a horizontal baseline, and perpendicular elevation measurements will be measured on the vertical datum.
Everything you just said was exactly correct, except you swap out level for horizontal, and then you'd be 100% correct.
Blue Marbles in the live chat telling me that I'm lying for saying that horizontal does not have an elevation change, for saying it's a straight line. Blue, it's definitely not curved. A horizontal baseline is not curved. I'm not lying when I say that, Blue.
But it's important to, and I think people have agreed in this arena that the as-built drawings, and there's just an extensive set of drawings. It's all public source because I think taxpayer money helped fund this stuff. So this stuff
Charles,
is all public.
You do know about the as-built, right, Charles?
My point,
Charles, you do understand. Charles,
show the elevation.
I know. Have you ever done any construction?
Never.
Right. You do realise the difference between plans and as-builts, don't you?
Yes, because one's before and one's after.
Okay. Now, the ones... Sorry, after, Charles, wait a minute. The ones that are done after, who does them?
I don't know. Surveyors?
The construction team,
engineers?
do you reckon?
Not the guys swinging the pickaxes.
No. Not the architects, not the blueprints. Because these aren't blueprints. The blueprints are what people build to, right? The as-builts are things that have been done after the fact, and not by any construction team or anything, by the people that own the construction. So if there's any problems, Charles, if there is any problems with any of that, right? If any of that doesn't comport to reality, then you'd think you might be able to pick that up, right? Normal people would, right? Like when you guys tell me that horizontal, that's the arms are on, you want to tell me that in elevation profile that curves. It doesn't. It can't. It's impossible. No. If it's a horizontal plane and a straight line that everybody knows, why would it curve in elevation profile, Charles?
Because the curvature of the Earth, okay? Elevation profile literally has a level baseline.
That's not a good enough answer anymore, Charles.
My model dictates.
Oh, that's okay. This is not how I know the Earth is a globe. I don't study the ground because I don't have
Sorry, Charles,
equipment.
You know that the Earth is a globe because you think an elevation profile of a straight line, a horizontal straight line, curves.
It's not why I know it's a globe.
No, but that's one of the reasons that you're coming in here to defend your
not one
globe,
of the reasons
right?
why I know it's a globe.
No,
but
I know it's a globe. That's what you've just said.
Therefore, all things are going to flow from that because the reality is that we live on a globe. So all things are going to flow from that. Okay?
So an elevation profile
I know it's a globe.
Of a horizontal line.
I know it's a globe for completely different reasons.
You claim, you don't know. You claim that you know.
May I just real quick here, because I put it in the chat, but in case it gets ignored by Charles for the fifth time. Can you post this so-called elevation profile you're talking about
I don't have it
just
at my
having... You don't have it, right. So we've posted this elevation profile, which has a horizontal scale and a vertical scale on it. You have posted nothing, and you've said a lot of words.
That's okay. You don't have to believe me. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, that's far-fetched. I want you to prove anything
you're
you say.
going against every elevation profile that's ever been done, Charles. And you're saying you don't have the one that you're talking about. The only one in existence. The black swan of elevation profiles. That you're the one claiming, Charles.
Every elevation profile that has been done on a large scale has a level baseline. Okay, level baseline
depicted as a horizontal. Charles,
that's your claim, but it has a level baseline.
It's horizontal
so
scale,
you're
Charles.
you're saying that I'm making this extraordinary claim. It has a level baseline. Okay.
It
says horizontal.
I think I would hope we would be able to agree that every elevation profile has a level baseline.
Charles,
Okay?
do you agree? No, Charles. Can I ask Charles? Do you agree that that Panama Canal elevation profile says horizontal on it? It is written on it. Please take a look.
So,
no, not so. It's a yes or no answer, Charles. It's very simple. Does
scale.
it say horizontal?
It says horizontal scale.
It says horizontal.
It says horizontal scale.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
So scale
Thank
on
you.
horizontal.
So it's like, so now you're conflating a horizontal line with a horizontal scale, and there's some
vertical scale.
distinguishing features.
A horizontal line in
between the two.
the picture, in the elevation profile, is the horizontal scale that we use, or is the horizontal line, sorry, that we use as the unit to scale with. That's the straight line, the horizontal line. Scale is not the same as line. Nobody's conflating the two, Charles. Stop your shit.
And by the way, this is 82 kilometers. You said that in large projects, they account for curvature.
Yes.
And that's why in LIGO, they have to account for that. But in much larger project like Panama Canal, they don't. So this is a complete inconsistency.
That's because they're using level. They're using level.
Wait a minute. Hang on. That was going to be my next question. Charles, can you explain why logically anyone in this field would use the word horizontal on every elevation profile and not call it level? Why not level scale? Why not level instead of horizontal? Can you address that, please?
Yeah, because when you're holding a sheet of paper in your hand, everybody knows what the words horizontal and vertical mean to your sheet of paper in your hand.
And you wouldn't with level?
No, when you're holding a sheet of paper and someone says level scale, I don't think anybody would know what that meant.
So your claim is that they put horizontal on these elevation profiles because that's the orientation of the paper.
Yes. That's exactly why. It's exactly correct.
What if I hang it upside down on my wall, or even tilt it 90 degrees?
I don't care what you do in your free time, Saragaki. It's a free country.
So it's not to do with the orientation of the paper. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, you guys are funny.
They've put you in a terrible predicament here, Charles. You've got the mathematics label on you. That's you. Now, what you've been left to do is to have this not Euclidean. And you have to acknowledge that reality is Euclidean.
You know, Euclidean is descriptive, not prescriptive.
But everything in reality can be described through Euclidean geometry.
It might not be the best tool. Might not be the best tool for the job. No.
Angle.
Latitude, longitude is not helpful.
Are they perpendicular to each other, Charles?
Latitude and longitude?
Yes.
Yes. A latitude line meets a longitude line at right angles, yes.
Perpendicularly, right?
Yeah, and that's how we get north, south, east,
so
west.
Those are two lines that are perpendicular to each other on a two-dimensional plane.
Here's a question. What happens to a line of latitude when you keep going? Because we just established, literally, just you and me, Bev, that a line of latitude and a line of longitude are perpendicular to each other. And yet, depending on your shape of the Earth, the line of latitude will trace, actually, either shape of the Earth, the line of latitude will trace a circle.
So if you're model afflicted, you will turn one of or two of those perpendicular lines into a circle. That's what you literally just said, Charles.
I could have sworn that somebody said you cannot take an angle to a circle.
To a curve,
you cannot take an angle. So we just agreed that line of latitude and a line of longitude cross at right angles, right?
Well,
how's that possible? Because the line of latitude is a circle.
No, it says that they're straight lines. If they're perpendicular to each other, they're straight.
So what happens if you travel along a line of latitude?
If they're perpendicular to each other, Charles, they're straight, aren't they?
No,
yes,
they're
they
not.
Are. Of course they are.
No.
Of course, definitionally, they would have to be.
So So what do you think if
Hey,
you
hey,
travel
Charles.
along
Hey,
a
Charles.
line of
Hey,
latitude?
hey,
Where do you
Charles.
think you go?
Charles, hey, have you heard about Euclidean geometry? They have definitions in it. And
That-
definition 10, book 1, it's very early on. It defines perpendicular. That's two straight lines,
So-
Charles. You can't use the word in any other context and, imagine that it changes somehow. That definition 10 there I'm talking about, that's the identity of perpendicular. So if you go and change that in your mind, that's all on you. That's your problem.
Well, the question is, Saragaki, what happens if you travel along a line of latitude going east and you keep, like whatever you want to use, GPS, whatever. I think London is about 53 degrees north latitude. Philadelphia is about 40 degrees north latitude. So you travel by ship, by boat, by plane, by however, you just keep going east on a line of latitude. You will eventually return back to your starting point from the west. I think we all can agree on
Yeah,
that,
that's
right?
a very nice claim.
Yeah. Have you done that, Charles?
Oh, yes. Have you ever done that? That is like the number one thing. Have you ever done that? Like, we can't actually talk about ideas without actually saying, have you ever done that?
You were the one that just made that claim, weren't you?
Yeah, but what do you think happens?
If I
What do you
can, I
think
can
happens?
entertain your if for a moment, Charles. It's ridiculous on the face of it, but what you've described now is a circle, and that means that those two lines cannot be perpendicular, even though,
Okay.
of course, you just agreed that they are perpendicular.
Well, I've got my globe here. So,
Yeah,
so
do you
if we
want to
travel
address
east
the
from
perpendicular
London,
issue,
you love
Charles?
interrupting
Since
people,
that's the
don't you?
point we're trying to actually
If you
talk
travel
about right now.
east, you're going to hit Germany. You're going to hit Poland. You're going to hit Belarus. You're
Yeah,
going to go through
using your
Russia.
globe to reify your
Gonna
model,
hit
but we're talking
Kazakhstan.
about perpendicular.
You just really can't stop interrupting. I'm just
I
going
just want to
east.
keep you on a point instead
I'm
of
just
you
going to go
weaseling your
east
way
on the
everything.
line of latitude of London. Bev, do you know what latitude London is at?
Not got a clue.
Okay.
What do
Line
you
of latitude
think it
London.
is?
Off the top of my head, I thought it was 53. Okay, it's 51. It's 5130 or 51.5. So all I'm doing, Saragaki, is I'm starting from London. I'm traveling east, and you could use any map you want. But we're first.
But you're not
we're
using a
hitting
map, you're using a
Germany.
globe.
We're hitting Poland. We're hitting maybe south of Belarus. We're going through Ukraine. Hitting Russia. And again, use whatever map you want. But all these locations that I'm listing, they all intersect 51 degree latitude. Okay? I'm going
On
through
your globe.
Kazakhstan. I'm going through Mongolia.
On your globe?
I'm going through China, Manchuria specifically. Use any map you want. Look up,
A globe is not a
Manchuria.
map, Charles.
Look up Manchuria and see if the 51 degree latitude line goes through Manchuria.
No,
You can
got
do
these-
that, right,
maps and see
Saragaki?
if they're
got these
globes.
cog disc tests,
Hey.
Charles. Do you want to have a go at it?
And by the
I'm
way,
sorry, what was the
Charles,
question?
you can use Gleason's map, so called. This is
Yeah,
projection.
you can use
of
Gleason's
course.
map. Not a
So,
problem.
and this is not a globe.
And it's
You
not
can
a
use
map
Gleason's
either.
map.
Yes,
So
this
again,
is projection.
keep going east, and we go through Russia. We now hit the Aleutian Islands from Alaska. Now hit Canada. Going through all the provinces of Canada.
What is this like? Is he a travel agent now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is just
Now we
a-
keep going. We keep going east. Now we're going to cross the Atlantic.
I
Then
guarantee
we
he's
hit
got a
Ireland.
globe there, and he's got his finger
Then we hit
on it
Ireland.
as he's turning.
Yeah,
then we get back to
definitely
London.
has his
Weird.
finger on the globe right
Mhm.
now.
Oh
Interesting.
my God. Is
Interesting.
he
So-
massaging it? Do you think he's
So if
massaging his globe right
if
now?
I go
think so.
Does he have me
east,
turned down? Does he have my microphone down? I think he
We
does.
He's on
east.
that rant that he does. He likes to say that people are interrupting him. when he
Charles,
just
you
keeps
can do
saying-
that
Ah.
with
Stop.
your finger on Gleason's
Does-
map. The effect will be the same. It doesn't prove anything.
It's not a map paper, it's a projection.
Yes, okay, projection, sorry. Yes.
but isn't that a line of latitude that is meeting up with itself? If you keep going
Okay.
east, you're going to eventually hit yourself going west, coming from
yes,
the west.
Yes, but you are trying to prove that it proves somehow that we live on the globe.
No,
but-
no.
but-
no,
He's
that wasn't my
trying
claim
to
at all.
prove that a circle, the circumference of a circle, can be perpendicular to a line, another line. That's what he's trying to prove, paper. Don't get it wrong.
Yes, that is
Yes, but
exactly
he's
what I'm trying to prove.
he's making a route with his finger on some globe.
Yep.
So-
Or a map. Could have used a Mercator. I just
No,
didn't
on a
have Colin
map,
Mercator
on
in
a
front of
map,
me.
Charles, you have a compass rose usually in one of the corners, and those lines are definitely perpendicular and
With a
not
scale.
circles.
So
With a
but
scale, yes.
which gets me to the original point is, how is it possible if I'm traveling on a Euclidean straight line, which Saragaki seems to think line of latitude is a Euclidean straight line, how is it possible that if I keep going in one direction, I return back to my starting point? That is definitely non-Euclidean.
So all you have to do, Charles, is just say that those lines are not perpendicular. Instead of trying to have it both ways, just pick the actual one you actually believe in and stick with it. You don't have to
No,
be so self-contradictory.
Ev and I both agreed that lines of latitude and lines of longitude are perpendicular. So we both agreed.
AKA, neither can be circles. I just want to underscore that right now.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
So what shape, Saragaki, what shape do you think the line of latitude of 51 degrees
I know
north
perpendicular
is?
lines are straight lines, both of them.
You didn't answer my question.
Yes, I did.
What do you think the shape of the line of latitude of 51.5 degrees north?
Are we
What shape
working
do
on
you
the
think that line of
agreement
latitude
between
is?
you and Bev that they are perpendicular or no?
Okay, so you keep ignoring the question and you also interrupt halfway through. Can we try again?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the question. What shape do you feel the line of latitude of 51.5 degrees north is?
What line do I feel it is?
What
Is
shape?
that your question?
What shape? What do you
What
feel
shape
the
is the
shape of?
line? Is that your
Yes.
question?
What is the shape of the line of latitude of 51.5 degrees north?
Is that one of the two perpendicular lines we're talking about?
I'm just talking about a line of latitude. What
I'm
shape do
just
you
trying
think it
to
is?
clarify your question,
in
Charles.
real
Is
world.
it one of the two perpendiculars we're talking about or no? Because if it is one of the perpendiculars, then I know for a fact that we are talking about two straight lines intersecting at right angles. But if we're not talking about that, then I want you to clarify before I answer your question. That would be nice. Because I don't want to be a diletheist. I don't want to be self-contradictory. I just want to clarify before I give an answer.
Good.
Yeah, I would
You
say.
did ask what shape is a line, right,
Yeah,
Charles?
Yeah.
that's what he is asking. What shape is a line?
I want to make sure. Okay.
It's right, isn't it, Charles? Maths teacher asking someone what shape is a line.
I wonder if he got the word shape out of Euclid. Well, actually, I don't wonder, because I know for a fact he didn't, obviously, because it uses figures and solids.
He's not muted or anything. Charles, you still there?
You feel like he gets talked over when he keeps saying stupid shit, and we have to keep pointing out that he's not actually answering the question. He's trying to obfuscate.
I hope it's not a medical emergency or anything. Pulling for you, Charles.
Yeah, I'm with you.
He could have got a phone call or something.
It is a bit unfair that they've left Charles to do this. Obviously, he's the only
he's had to
one who
leave,
can.
so he's had to leave. So hopefully he's okay. Probably more important tending to family matters, I would think, than arguing the kind of crap Charles is trying to argue here.
Yeah.
For anyone
I'm starting
who
to
gets
think this is
frustrated,
personal. That's twice he left on my behalf when I talked. Maybe it's just a coincidence.
I will apologize for the frustration I may be causing, but it's free for all Friday, and this has to be said.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we said free for all Fridays were, for the on the level crew, so we don't need to take any shit from these people anymore. As Bev has said, our learning time is over. So learning what we were learning from these people about their model of fiction.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not as if the argument or the conversations ever changed. It's always been about the horizontal line, and it's always been about a certain person obfuscating what actual surveyors do. It's strange, isn't it, that there's one person that seems to be the governing body of surveying within an entire community, yet he's the one person that isn't here? And the one person that everybody knows isn't going to be here.
So it appears Charles got a power failure.
There's a lot of that
He
sort of
says
stuff
so.
going around. I feel sorry. Well, if they're blue marble scientists, if there's anybody else out there, because you've left a high school mathematics teacher to be the guy, to be the voice of mathematics, like non-existent mathematics, magimatics. I bet they wonder, but they think, I hope they think he's doing well. The blue marble and the blue marble scientists. Leaving
A
poor Charles.
high school math teacher who admitted that he didn't go to college to study math.
Yeah, and he's never done any surveying or building construction or anything like that yet. Seems to want to be the voice of this for an entire community.
Comes here claiming he's teaching people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've got to be very wary of people like that. Over the years, I've learned that there are a few, not many, but you know the voices, particularly if you've ever had anything to say about geometry in any of the rooms in this arena, you will know specifically who we are talking about. The gaslighters. There's about 4 or 5 of them. Some of them have even had to disappear, run away. Come back as sock accounts, perhaps. Trying to tell people that things that don't actually exist can govern things that do actually exist. It's shocking.
Was I the only one who heard him say that if you claim any sort of model, then you are allowed to turn either of these 2 perpendicular lines into a circle, 1 or 2, depending on the model? I'm fairly sure I heard him say that. So if you just drop the model, which you should anyway, then...
Sorry, but on the circle, we have 1 straight line. This is radius and circumference, which would be, one of them would be latitude and other would be longitude. But we are not talking about sphere. We are talking about circle. So still planar, let's say, measurements.
But I thought we agreed that they were perpendicular. Okay, paper.
Yeah, yes, I agree. With a circle, there is no perpendicularity. So, obviously.
So that means that those are not the lines we're talking about then, paper, is it?
If he agreed on that, because this is point where I disagree, but he agreed. So there is no point to discuss with him because he agreed that these lines are perpendicular, so they cannot be on a globe or even on a circle.
Got Rumpus in the chat thinks it's funny that we're talking about surveying. I think it's hilarious the fact that the only person these guys can quote is somebody who's had to leave the arena because of the things that he has said in the arena. And yeah, I'll challenge Jesse Kozlowski. Came in here to have a word with him. He said one thing to me and then disappeared. I thought that was pretty telling, but nobody else does. Everybody else seems to think that he's still the voice of geodetic surveying. Geodetic surveying? Geodetic surveying? Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Because what you said, right, that they use tools. Surveyors use specific tools, levels, to do their job. And they want to use, well, by they, I mean people like Rumpus and Charles. They, yeah, I need to clarify. So they want to claim this word, geodetic. But considering that these people actually use tools practically in reality, planar surveying, using actual geometric principles, in a plane, a geodetic is a straight line. So it's a nice obfuscation tactic, but it doesn't really work if you're talking to people who understand what you're saying.
Yeah. It's one of the points that really needs saying to everyone, right? In reality, in 3D, in Euclidean space, a geodetic is an actual straight line, like a real straight line.
Yep, conforming to the definition you find in Euclid, and the colloquial one of being the shortest distance between 2 points as well.
Blue Marbles can quote other people. Why don't you demonstrate it, Blue? Why can't you demonstrate something instead of just quoting something? That'd be much more better, I would say. Help the team out.
Yeah, like maybe DMing Charles and giving him your elevation profile, which he so dearly needed earlier, which he hasn't gotten yet.
Oh, that'll be
Seems a little bit rude. Sending Charles over here without that elevation profile. Having him talk about that elevation profile. You should have given him that elevation profile, Blue.
I do love Charles's answer, though. We're going to have to make sure that gets clipped about why the word level wasn't used instead of horizontal. It's because of the orientation of the paper.
Yeah,
It has
that was
nothing to
nice.
do, like a surveyor reading that elevation profile and plans would never confuse the horizontal they have written that talks about the orientation of the paper with the horizontal that they understand is their job to set and establish in reality. I'm sure there would be no confusion there whatsoever.
Yeah, even if you flip the paper, upside down and 90 degrees tilted, they would still read that and understand it.
Exactly. That was pretty good. Good moment. You guys did get the message, right, that Charles lost power? He had to reboot.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
He did also say, for anybody who wants to replay it, that when we were on the Panama Canal, that the horizontal baseline is level. And then in the very next sentence, he said level is not horizontal, like 3 seconds later. So that was kind of nice.
It was.
It's amazing how a line confuses people, huh? A simple line.
A straight line.
A straight line,
in
especially.
all elevation profiles, it's a straight line, but Charles thinks it's not a straight line. So Charles thinks that those elevation profiles of straight lines aren't actually straight lines. Which is
He also
fantastic.
thinks you can. Yeah. He thinks a lot of fantastic things. He also thinks you can have a hump from that straight line without having elevation change. It's quite.
I was just gonna say, and at the same time, claim that he's not begging the question of a globe during all of this.
He holds one in his hand and traces a route
I'm
on it with his finger.
Absolutely. For a fact he had a globe in his hand when he was doing that. Even if he was on his computer using Google Earth, zoomed out that far, what that's based on as well, don't you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rumpus has got.
I see. He actually did say that hump is an elevation change. It's just it's elevated from a different place.
From a different place, huh?
You go from the top of the hump, you go down 90 feet, but it's negative. It's negative 90.
Yeah.
That's right. You heard my convo with him, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. The
Negative.
top of the hump is 0, and the base of your hump is negative 90.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot about that. That's right. He did say that.
But that's definitely an elevation change. That negative 90 is 90 feet down.
That's what I asked him, I think. Is that down? Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing.
Does that go for every hump, or is this just
But
some specific hump?
He didn't want to say down either, though.
No, I asked him, are we going to remove the word down now as well?
Yeah, up and down and drop, hump, all of these ones that can be seen as elevation changes.
How did he call them? Oh, yeah, loaded words.
Yeah.
Sounded like he must have misspelled trigger words.
Yeah, they're loaded words, but I go back to one of the other conversations we had with Charles where he was saying how important it is to use precise language. Do you remember that, guys?
Yeah.
While he was taking away words from, I don't know whether it was SE or Bev or both.
Yeah, he was trying to take away the drop and the hump and the down and up. Below.
Below, that's right. Can't say below, that's what it was.
That's another forbidden. We will call them the Apocrypha words.
Yes.
Come back, Charles. I mean, it's almost as if we're talking behind your back. I mean, you were here. The power is on now, I hope.
He
Come
listens
on back,
to every
bro.
second, SE. Don't get it confused. And blue. It's kind of interesting, though. You know that these guys are paying attention to the point where you can literally, at any point, just talk directly to them. You will get an answer at some point in the future.
Yeah, I think Blue's definitely listening in. I bet he wishes he could be here, helping Charles out. Because I don't know who has given the go ahead on all of this.
Well, Blue is working on the double Sagitta right now. That's on his mind, right, Blue?
I don't even know what that is.
Well, we know that if we draw a diameter, right, we can have a Sagitta on top and one on the bottom, right? Now, if that's what he means, okay. Or you can draw it on different sides of, you can draw a chord, you can split it in 4, you can draw a chord that way, you have a Sagitta there, you can draw a chord that. So what, Blue? How does that pertain to what we were talking about with Charles, with the hump? If that is what you mean.
I think it's fascinating that people are wanting to change straight. Their whole understanding of everything. It's got to be, I don't know. How long have we been saying? There is a difference in understanding, and I'm fine with knowing that straight is straight. I don't see why anybody should want to be able to tell you that it's any different. Because that does sound crazy to me. But they don't think it's crazy. They think, by the listening to the way they're talking, They think if you don't have two different meanings of straight, well, actually, there's multiple, right? It's not just including the middle, this. You don't just include one thing. You completely explode your understanding of logic. Completely. Straight is straight and curved is not straight. But there's no telling how not straight it is. Because it could be every not straight. It's just a fundamental breaking of I think just about every law there is of logic. Law of identity gets broken, yes, because straight isn't straight. It has a different meaning. There's duality at least. So you can't have that. You include a middle, but you include every middle. And then, of course, you're contradicting yourself if straight is straight and not straight. Have to sing that. No, I'm not singing anything. Godzilla, 5 quid. Charles is in charge of my straights and bendy horizontals. Charles is in... What? Charles in charge of my infinite horizontals. I want Charles in charge of nothing. Fucking hell. Gods. Charles
Bit
in
of a tongue
charge
twister.
of my straights and bendy horizontals. Charles in charge of my infinite horizontals. I want Charles in charge of nothing.
We've got a poet in our hands.
Thank you very much, Gods. Yeah, I don't know. It's just straight lines, but to have people changing it. I don't know.
They're changing everything. Level is a point. Horizontal has become a point. We can't use the word hump, drop, under.
Can I point this out though, right? It is just, as Mike said earlier, it's a guy who's a high school teacher. He calls himself Flat Earth Man, right? He does statistics and computers at high school, supposedly. He didn't do mathematics as a major or whatever. So he knows nothing about surveying. I don't know what the idea is. I mean, who are we listening to in this arena? The whole point of On the Level here is to find out stuff for yourself. You realise that these shadow giants are just that. And we've got people who obviously have no interest in any of this other than obfuscation and sophistry. And they're not even very good sophists. Because in order to be a really good sophist, you have to be able to understand the logic. And these guys cannot understand the logic. Their logical framework has been broken. I don't mind saying so. Bring us some real surveyors, some real mathematicians, not these fake ass ones. We're just dealing with reality. Those of us here. Yet we get people coming in gaslighting us about straight lines for years.
Yeah. You're reminding me of a quote which goes, You have to take seriously the notion that understanding reality is your responsibility, because the only understanding of reality that will be useful to you is your own understanding. Reminded me of that when you were talking about the on the level being about figuring out, aka learning for yourself, understanding for yourself. You have to take it seriously, because you are the actual authority of your own mind.
Not to certain other people though. Clearly, have you seen what Charles? Well, Saragaki obviously has. He thinks he's got the win on the level and horizontal in elevation profiles. He says, notice at the bottom of along the bottom, sea level, quote unquote sea level, which is exactly what I've been claiming all along. So Charles thinks sea level is a straight line or a curved line. I'm not sure. But as we know,
It's a
sea
point.
level is a point,
Yeah.
not a line, a point.
Well, mean sea level is a point.
Correct.
Actual sea level is all over the place. That's why they need a mean.
So if they're implying mean sea level there, isn't that what horizontals are differential leveling, or isn't that what it's based off of? Is the
yeah, exactly.
reference to? Yeah. Notice my lack of surveying lingually there.
Well, the beauty of the elevation profiles of a canal system with locks is a brilliant depiction of how differential leveling works. You see the difference in the levels depicted over the water surfaces in the canal, changes in the locks, and the vertical change. Yeah, Charles wants to say it's not. Some
And
sort
of course,
not that.
this is like a little bit of a segue, I guess, but the whole idea of distance in the very diagram he's referring to, the kilometers from Ottawa statement with just an arrow pointing to the left, that's along the horizontal, aka that line which says sea level on it in the diagram. That's a straight line distance, because distances are straight lines. It's also in the diagram. I just wanted to go on that little segue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to
Yeah.
point out again, Charles. You
Yes, sir.
are the one with the flat Earth tag. Nobody here is claiming this has got anything to do with flat Earth, other than we're talking to a guy who's called Flat Earth Mathematics, right? This is just reality. This is the way surveying occurs in reality.
And
Yeah,
I will second that, Bev.
I agree, and I apologize. I've got, not only do I have this ancient computer, which takes, it's like 5 minutes just to boot up, especially if it was shut down improperly. But then I also have a million tabs open, and all the million tabs we're trying to reload. And anyway, so I apologize for the delay. But my point is that you when you're talking about plane surveying, you're 100%, 100% correct. It's you're just measuring differential leveling, and there's all sorts of techniques for that. And on a small, job site, it all works great. Plane surveying.
Any job site.
Well, not LIGO, because LIGO
82
shows the
kilometers.
curvature of the Earth.
LIGO, it was, yes.
Right? So
They definitely used differential leveling at LIGO when they plotted the land.
Never claimed they didn't. Right? Never claimed they didn't. But LIGO is so huge that they did have to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
Of what? The curvature of what?
The Earth.
What do you mean the Earth? The land? Of course,
the
they had
curvature of
to
level.
track the elevation changes of the land because they wanted to build horizontally.
Well, they wanted to build straight.
Horizontal, yeah.
Yeah, but
with zero
can I
slope.
address? Well, I that's a can of worms. Talk about slope.
No, it's
so
not.
can I address?
Everybody knows flat Earth mathematics, right? There is zero slope to a horizontal. It's one of the defining characteristics of horizontal. Zero slope.
Yeah, any point within
So-
a horizontal plane will all be at the same elevation.
Yes, and LIGO was not built at the same elevation, hence referring to the drawings made by whoever the project manager was. I don't know who makes as-builts. I mean, I'm sure their names are on it.
So you're saying it's
but if
not
you consult-
horizontal then? It's got a slope
That's-
to it, are you?
Well, the word slope sounds like it's at a extreme slope. It's at a extremely
No, anything
shallow
that's
slope.
not horizontal will be deemed to have a slope.
Yes, the ends of the ends of the arms are not horizontal. Like I can say that factually.
So you are saying there is a slope. But earlier you said both of the arms led in a plane that was horizontal.
Well, if you establish horizontal at a plumb bob that is, there's a drawing that Blue Marble
use
Science had
levels
up
to
on
establish
his picture
horizontal charts.
during the when we were going over the 11 bullet points. It was a slide. It was at the very end after we've gone over all 11 points. Blue Marble Science put up a slide on the screen that kind of showed a top view of LIGO looking like a letter L, and there was a point that was marked where it was like quote unquote tangent for the plane of LIGO, and if you hung a plumb bob at that point, yes, the plane of LIGO would be horizontal to that plumb bob.
Right. So you're going with the Blue Marble Science graphic for LIGO.
I'm not familiar enough with all the details. I mean, he ran the numbers and he plotted it.
So Blue Marble Science, the Blue Marble Science of the YouTube channel, Blue Marble Science, not the general body of Blue Marble Science that might have done the actual as-built or anything. But what was going off is Blue Marble Science, the YouTube that's done
I'm
a
just saying
graphic.
he drew the diagram. You know, I have looked at the as-builts personally. Downloading them from the original website. Like I said, the project manager, or I don't know who made them. And I just started taking a look at elevations, and the elevations were not consistent. The elevations ultimately showed that the LIGO is curved in elevation profile.
It's not curved though, it's straight.
Yes, it is straight, but it's curved in elevation profile. That's why I'm making a very distinction.
But elevation profiles show straight lines to be straight, don't they?
No, because if it's a large scale construction, such as a
like
canal
82
or LIGO,
kilometers.
Like
then
any elevation profile that's ever been done of any building construction project ever.
So 99.9% of elevation profiles are of small structures, like a single building
Like
in
Panama
a city.
Canal.
Yeah, like the Panama
Right?
Canal one.
Well, no, there's only one Panama Canal in the entire world, but there have been elevation profiles of probably every single building that's been built. So the vast majority of elevation profiles are probably of single buildings, or like a museum, or maybe even a city park. And you're going to find that level
project that's ever been made will have
and
an
you're gonna
elevation
find-
profile
and you're
related
gonna
to
find-
it.
As I was
Regardless
saying, you're
of the
going to find
size
that
of the
level
project
and
as well.
horizontal are indistinguishable for most of them.
You know how
But if
scale
it's-
works in Euclidean, like you said. It's
Yes, I know
unscalable.
how
That's
scale-
because it's a
I know
straight
how
line, isn't it?
scale works. Yes, I
I
know
got-
how scale works.
Well, there you go.
I have one small statement, please.
Sure.
Does it bother you, Charles, that everybody's floors are parallel everywhere?
In a single building, it does not bother me that.
No, everywhere.
How do you know everywhere? Can you cite a source?
All horizontals are parallel to each other.
That's a statement. That's a claim. Do you
Yeah.
have anything to back up that claim?
My
How do you know?
belief.
Oh, you believe?
I
Okay,
can-
that's fair enough.
Yeah, right. Cool.
Fair enough.
It doesn't bother me in the least that everybody's floors are parallel.
Okay, I'm glad that you are secure in that belief. but
But
that is actually
I
not
hope
correct.
it doesn't. But no, it seems to bother you that everybody's floors are parallel.
It doesn't bother me at all that someone believes that. I'm just saying it's factually not correct.
I will have to agree with Charles because my floor is completely not level, and like if you put a ball on my floor, it will actually roll towards one wall. So yeah, it's a little tricky to say everybody's floor.
Speaking, thank you, Saragaki, for that humorous aside. I lost power
Wait,
right
that
when I
was
was
not an
trying.
aside. That was a direct point
It was, but you were
relating
being
to
very
the point you
humorous,
were
and
talking about.
I've lived in an apartment where yes, if you dropped a marble anywhere in the apartment, it would roll to the other side of the room. And when I got my power cut off, it just blinked for a second, but that was enough. I was asking you, Saragaki, what shape you considered 51.5 degrees north latitude to be.
That's an angle. You have two straight lines. That is at a 40.
No,
What did you say?
it's
51.
it's
doesn't have a
latitude.
shape.
Latitude is not an angle. Okay,
Latitude is not an angle. Okay.
Bev and I both agreed that lines of latitude and longitude meet. They're the perpendicular. Okay, they meet at right angles.
No,
And
no.
then
I
my
asked,
question to you.
I asked you if they were perpendicular.
No,
and you
we
said,
both agreed.
Yes, they are.
We both agreed they were perpendicular. You
Well,
said they were perpendicular.
No,
I said they're perpendicular.
I said, ask you, Charles. Are latitude and longitude perpendicular? A lot of people have been asked that question, and they refuse to answer.
Yes. For example, at London, lines of latitude, it's like what, Greenwich, 0 degrees longitude goes through Greenwich.
I'm with Saragaki.
What shape? What shape do
Latitude
you
is just an angle. It's just a name you've given to an angle to perform. Help you perform magic tricks with angles.
Then how can you have an angle that's perpendicular to something? I thought you had to have a line that's perpendicular to something. Didn't you say line of latitude and longitude is perpendicular?
You did.
You did.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna have to go back to the tape on that because I will be very interested because I'm pretty sure you and I, Bev, were in agreement that latitude and longitude were perpendicular.
You said perpendicular. Sure. I would agree that lines of latitude and longitude are perpendicular. But
so we are in agreement.
But that makes them straight lines.
Okay.
The very fact that they are perpendicular, regardless of what you imagine they are, is overridden by the fact that you've stated that mathematically they are perpendicular. That gives them a very definite relationship to each other.
It does not. It does not.
Of course it does.
So, well, then the question I was trying to back Saragaki into a corner.
States what perpendicular means.
I was trying to back
in Book 1, and perpendicular is what you call two straight lines which intersect at right angles, where all the right angles are equal. That's what perpendicular means. You can't go and change
that's
it.
An example.
That would violate the law. That's not an example. That's the definition. So you can't go and change it because that would violate the law of identity.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Oh my God,
gracious! Right, perpendicular is an adjective, and just because you say that two straight lines can be perpendicular, does not say that you cannot have a perpendicular between a curve and a line, such as that where the diameter meets the circumference.
Yeah, the definition clearly definitely states that you cannot have one of them be circles, aka the circumference of a circle.
Really?
Yeah,
Where
yeah,
very
clearly.
My lord! It says that in the definition. Please cite that it says that you
I
cannot
will state
have a
that.
circle.
I'll open up my Euclid book right now, and I will state the entire definition word for word to you.
I would love to hear the part where it says this.
If anybody wants to go and actually find the proper Euclidean definition and also put it in the chat, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, and I'm specifically looking for the part of the definition where it says that it cannot be applied to curves, because that's what you just claimed.
That's a straw man there.
So
he just claimed that specifically.
Yeah, I will back it up by just reading.
It's not going to say. Hang on, it's not going to say that it doesn't apply to circles. It's going to say what the definition is.
No,
you're going to imply that somehow it can after Saragaki reads you the definition.
Saragaki claimed that it specifically said it does not apply to circles. That was Saragaki's specific claim. Again, we can go back to the tape on that.
Yeah, if you can logically show how this definition applies to circles, that'd be nice, but obviously doesn't. So let's go through it. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called a perpendicular to it.
Where's the curved part?
There is no circumference in that. And considering that these are straight lines, two of them meeting at right angles, that specifically excludes the circumference.
Bam!
Yeah,
Thank
let's
you,
read
sir.
definition 15. A circle is a plane figure contained by one line, which is called the circumference, and is such that all straight lines drawn from a certain point within the figure to the circumference are equal to one another. That's the circumference of a circle. That's not a straight line. AKA, definition 10 does not apply to the circumference of a circle. Thank you.
So apparently you don't know what an adjective versus a noun is.
Apparently you don't know what perpendicular means after having been read the definition to you and had it posted in the chat with the geometric example of what it means.
So you ignored my question. Apparently you don't know what an adjective versus a noun is.
That's not a question. That's a
Take
bullshit
the L,
statement.
Charles.
Okay.
Take the L.
So, well, in the definition,
Concede.
it says a perpendicular. Do you see that? That's a noun. A perpendicular. That's a noun.
Two straight lines meeting at right angles. Yeah, that's what perpendicular is.
A perpendicular. That is a noun. We're talking
Yeah,
about
you call
the
one of the straight lines
adjective.
perpendicular to the
We're
other
talking
straight.
about the quality.
So the other straight
of
line
being
would also
perpendicular.
be perpendicular to the first one.
So again, your definition is talking about a noun.
It's
which
not
is
my
a
definition.
perpendicular.
It's the Euclidean
It is
definition for
not-
perpendicular. It's
that is
definition
not the
10, book
definition
1. You should like that.
for
That
the
is not, he
quality of
says.
being perpendicular.
Yeah, that is
And you,
definition 10, book
and you
1.
say
My
you were a
kids were
geometry
screaming the
teacher, Charles?
My kids are screaming in the other room. I apologize that. But so
You must have
again,
screamed over
my,
me
my
reading
point.
the definition for perpendicular. I'm sorry, do you need to go through it again, Charles?
So my claim about the word perpendicular is that
It counters this definition.
Notice you're interrupting me because you don't like what I'm going to say. This definition applies to two straight lines, but it is not
Only.
restrictive. The concept
Yes,
of
it is.
perpendicularity is not restrictive to two
Yes,
straight
it
lines.
is.
You can have a line perpendicular to a curve.
No, you
It's called
cannot.
a normal in engineering.
Not
In
perpendicular. if
calculus,
it's called
it's called a
something
normal.
else.
You can also have a perpendicular between two curves.
Bullshit.
Okay, and that's what
Definition
would be
10
really helpful. If,
clearly
like anybody
contradicts you.
studied calculus or engineering, you would know all these things. Literally, a normal to a curve, like it's
So
used
not
in engineering
perpendicular,
all the
then.
time. A normal to a curve is literally a
The
perpendicular
extension
to a
of a
curved
radius.
surface. It doesn't have to be a radius; it could be an irregular curved surface.
So
You can
not
have a normal to a
perpendicular,
sine
that's
wave.
the point.
You can have a normal to a sine wave, so there's no radius in a sine wave, but you can have a
You're
normal
fine
to
to
it.
try and like
is measured
equate
perpendicular.
perpendicular to normal all you want, but the actual Euclidean definition of perpendicular excludes your circumference being
Do you
perpendicular
just say
to
there's
the
no
straight line.
radius to a sine wave?
That's correct. If you
did, yeah.
plot the
The sine wave comes from the circle.
oh, I know where it comes from, but a sine wave extends infinitely to the right.
So it has the radius of the circle.
Yeah, it's called the unit circle, right? The unit circle.
It's in the chat
radius
right
of the
for
unit
you
circle
now,
is 1.
Charles.
Yeah,
But the
I
sine
Are you
wave.
sure?
we do
Are
know
you
what
sure
the
you're a
sine wave
geometry
is.
teacher,
Come
Charles?
on.
So, do you see what Saragaki just posted in the chat?
Yeah, can
The
you see the
diagram on
circle
the
on the?
left-
Can you see the circle on the left?
The diagram on the left is the unit circle.
Uh-huh.
The diagram on the right is the sine wave.
Yeah, and can you see
There is-
what you would call a sagitta? Would that not be the radius?
Of course, on the unit circle, it's the radius is defined as 1, and you can make measures of x and y. Specifically, sine is measuring y, but you don't call it a wave. You know what a wave is, right?
No,
You know what a
you
wave
were
is?
the one that said it didn't have a radius.
I
When
said the sine
it's the
wave does not
radius
have a
that
radius.
governs it.
Okay, on the right-hand side, do you see the wave? That's a wave.
That's
That is a
being
Can you
sine
see the
formed
wave.
by
center
the
line?
radius?
Can you see the
Oh my
center
goodness.
line and the actual line that goes up, the sagitta? That would be the radius, wouldn't it?
Okay, the sine wave has no radius. It is a curve.
The
and it goes
peaks and
endlessly to
troughs
the
would
right.
be
Okay?
related
Right,
to
peaks and
the
troughs.
radius, wouldn't
But
they?
my
Of
point,
course, 'cause the top
Directly,
point is the
Charles,
bottom.
wouldn't
you guys
they?
are so funny.
Charles,
Yeah, it would.
Charles,
You guys
wouldn't
are
they be
so
related
funny.
directly to the radius?
Okay.
I'm not trying to get a win
wave
here, Charles. I'm
doesn't
just
have
trying
a
to let
radius.
people know
I'm
that this
just-
isn't difficult, Charles. This sine, cosine, tangent is very simple, related to a circle, Charles.
Yes, absolutely.
Right,
That's
well,
the
stop
definition
trying
of
to
where it comes from.
remove the sine wave from the circle.
But I didn't say a normal to a circle. I said a normal to a sine wave. Okay? All
You
right,
said
forget the sine wave.
the
Why don't you
radius.
why don't you draw a sound wave? How about that? Can somebody
is
get an
completely
animated GIF of a
different.
sound wave? You could take
Sine
a normal
wave
to a
is
sound
just
wave, and it does not have a
depiction.
radius.
Charles, sound wave is not a wave on oscilloscope.
And
Okay,
also, you cannot
wave
have
on an
And
perpendicular to
if you want to
sound
start talking
wave.
about sound waves, you should just keep your mouth shut.
I will not keep my mouth shut. Thank you very much.
I am an audio technician. You want to talk about a sound wave? What is a sound wave? What is it?
Let's not get there.
So the
Yeah,
point is
don't
that,
talk about sound waves.
okay.
I
They're
can
not the
clearly
same.
That
They're
I
tell
was
not
that,
making, the
you
point
know,
that I was
you
making
can't have a
is
perpendicular
that
to a
a
sound
normal
wave.
to a surface, the surface does not have to have a radius value. You can take a normal to a curve. That is a very common engineering concept.
Are you equating a sine wave to a surface?
Oh my goodness gracious. I just called it a curve. It is a curve. Okay? In fact,
So
let
it's
me look up.
relating
Let me
the
just Google
perpendicular to the sine wave.
normal to a curve. Normal
Right, so
to a
the
curve.
circle.
Let's see.
Are you
Normal to
are
a
you
curve.
trying to change the actual circle into a sine wave so you can say perpendicular to the curve when you're actually talking about the circle?
Okay. I was just saying the word normal.
That's
the
a
word
yes,
normal
isn't it,
to a
Charles?
curve.
Yes, I
You
am
can use a sine
trying
wave. You
to
can use a
confuse
circle.
people.
You can use anything you want. But the point is that you are expertly dodging. The point is that you can make a perpendicular to a curve.
Expertly dodging, Charles.
Very expertly,
Nobody
because
in
we
this
were
room
talking
has
about
taken
definition
any
10
engineering
within book
courses
1, which
other
very
than
clearly
me.
states
So
what
Talking
perpendicular
about
means.
perpendicular, Charles, and you're
To a
talking
curve.
about circles and
Perpendicular to a
sine
curve.
waves.
perpendicular to a curve. is what we're talking about.
Perpendicular does not mention a curve. It's the relationship of two straight lines to one
That
another.
particular definition was of a perpendicular, which you can construct perpendicular to another line. You at 90 degrees to another line. It did not say that the definition of perpendicularity was restricted to two straight lines. That was nowhere in that definition.
Charles, where is the definition then? Where's the true definition? The one that rights the wrongs of Euclid. Where is that, Charles?
There are no wrongs of Euclid. Euclid was a genius.
You are just imagining curves within perpendicularity, aren't you, Charles?
No, I'm not. I'm relying on engineering and calculus, which are hundreds of years old, and I am citing the experts. Okay. One of the things that's really fascinating is I come in this room and you guys act like I'm the one inventing these concepts. And it's like, no, I'm citing concepts.
You are inventing a curved perpendicular. They do not exist, Charles.
Perpendicular to a curve is what I wanted to make specific. Like a normal to a curve is what it's called.
Normal is
perpendicular. It's a very, very common phrase in engineering and calculus. Okay. It's called a normal to a curve or a normal to a surface. A normal is a constructed perpendicular to any surface, curved or not.
Perpendicular to
concept,
sorry, wait a minute.
With friction.
Perpendicular to what?
A surface.
So the normal,
so for example,
the normal is perpendicular.
Yeah, to the surface. All right, the
And
normal.
what
So
the
for example,
surface
in
is
friction,
curved, Charles.
in
Is
the
the surface curved, Charles?
The surface can be curved. Yes.
Right. So you're
The surface can
saying
be flat.
that perpendicular relationship can happen to the curve.
Well, it's between a curve and a straight line. It could be between two curves. Okay.
So
But
you
the
are
concept
doing
of
away,
a normal,
Charles.
I'm not
You are
doing away with
doing
anything.
away with one of the straight lines and saying that the perpendicular can occur to the curved line.
I'm not doing away with anything. I'm trying to make a more inclusive definition that includes all
Charles.
possibilities.
And are you removing the straight line that the perpendicular would be deemed to be?
I'm not removing anything.
Right,
I'm
so that
making
still
a more
exists then.
inclusive
They're
definition.
still straight lines, Charles, aren't they?
In that example in Euclid, absolutely.
No, in any
In that
example
in
of
Euclid,
perpendicular, Charles, it involves two straight lines.
in that definition of Euclid, yes.
Yeah, and
But
you
in
can
engineering and
include
calculus,
you can include anything else you want, but those two straight lines will be the two straight lines that we will be talking about whenever we talk about perpendicular. Right? You can have a ball, you can imagine circles wherever you want in any relationship to that perpendicular relationship. Right? But you are always going to be talking about two straight lines.
no. So in engineering, like you understand friction. Or, I mean, I'm hoping
you've
people
got some
understand
sort
friction.
of a reference here to show us, right?
So
haven't you?
You could
Charles,
just Google normal
haven't
to a
you?
curve.
No, Charles, you show us a picture that you are talking about involving perpendicular with only one straight line, please.
I'm just, you guys
Let's
are going to
see
say,
it, Charles.
oh,
Let's
oh,
see
these-
it.
Look, I see two straight lines, right? Oh my goodness, I see a blue straight line and a red straight line.
So there's two straight
But
lines. Brilliant.
the definition
That's perpendicular.
of normal, right? The normal is the blue, and it is normal to the black curve.
No, it's not.
Perpendicular
It's
to the
normal
tangent
to
line.
the red line.
No.
Yeah,
It
that's
is
what the
normal
paper says. Yes.
to the black, right? It's normal to a curve, right? And the way you construct that is you can make a tangent to the curve. That's the red line. And then you can measure your 90-degree angle. But
Yeah,
it's still
between
defined
two
as
straight lines.
perpendicular to that curve, right? That's a very common engineering concept.
So it's
And if you were measuring
perpendicular.
friction-
The red line is perpendicular to the curve.
No, the red line is tangent to the curve.
Okay, so it looks like that blue line. Well, the red line would be tangent to the curve, and it would be tangent at two places, wouldn't it?
No. It's
Isn't that
intersecting.
curve, doesn't that curve go over there?
Yeah, and it's intersecting the curve on the right-hand side of the drawing. That's not
So
tangent. It's only tangent.
It's not tangent then, because it's cutting the curve.
Well, okay. We don't care about what the line does when it extends further. We only care about what's happening at that big dot in the middle of the diagram.
The tangent point.
The tangent point.
Yeah. And
So that
at
red
which-
line is tangent.
At which those two straight lines are perpendicular.
Well, we start with the black, and then we place a red dot on the black line, and then you construct a tangent at that red dot, and then you construct a perpendicular to the red tangent. And that blue normal is perpendicular to the black line. Okay, that is the definition of a normal to a curve. Okay? The red line is a helper. The red line helps us get there. But now you can erase the red line, and all you'll be left with is the black and the blue.
There, Charles.
And the blue. No, I'm just saying.
You
this
can
is
erase
a
those
helpful
lines
drawing.
in your mind as much as you want. They still exist. And they are Euclidean.
Oh my goodness. It
Oh
would
my
be so
goodness.
helpful if you guys had a background in either calculus or engineering. That's why I thought it would be great to have that other
just
guy back in. 'Cause
basic geometry.
He's an engineer. Well,
you think we have a trouble understanding where it says that the line that goes through the point xy is perpendicular to the tangent line? Do you think anybody's going to have a problem understanding? Especially after having had definition 10 book 1 read out to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
but
not
the-
your fifth grade students. Sorry, bro.
What you guys,
We're a little smarter than
aren't
that.
understanding is that if you were presented with an identical diagram that just didn't have the red line, and you were asked, what is the name of this blue line? Well, the technical name of that blue line is the normal to the curve, because it meets the curve at a right angle.
No,
Right?
because it means
That's
the
what it's called.
tangent line at that tangent point there at right angles.
Yes. You need tangent line. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's all right. But I mean, I can't teach you guys engineering and calculus.
Obviously not.
No,
It's
definitely you
ignorant as
can.
fuck.
It would
Yeah,
be
you
great
can.
if you guys could
Did-
learn. You know,
No,
just a minute,
it's not
Charles.
Not from you,
suggesting-
Charles. Sorry.
I
again,
didn't
did
invent
you
that.
do engineering?
I studied engineering for 2 years
Okay.
Okay.
At your high school, is that your?
at at the university.
So you
All
do
right,
you
at the
you
university
can
level,
teach it now, can you?
No, I cannot teach engineering.
Well,
I'm
that's
just saying
why
it'd be
you
very, very
can't teach engineering to anyone, right?
Oh my
Because
goodness.
you're not qualified to be able to do
The
it.
thing is, we live in the year 2023. Literally, all of this stuff is available at your fingertips. It's you know, there are courses, there's video
Yes,
courses,
Charles,
there's
we-
online courses.
Fortunately,
I
though,
mean,
we know what
Harvard
straight
University-
lines are. We have
Yeah,
a
I know what
much
straight
better,
lines are.
firmer understanding of the basics than you do, apparently.
Oh my goodness. Oh, but it is fun to talk to you guys because I just have to try to come up with more and more creative ways of explaining things.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely
admit it, Charles.
But you
thank you,
still-
thank
you
you. That
guys
was a
still haven't-
moment. That was a moment of clarity. You have to come up with more and more creative ways. We get it.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
I still didn't get an answer to what's the shape of 51.5 degrees north latitude. That line
What's
of
the
latitude.
shape of an angle?
No, it's a line of latitude. What's the shape of the line of latitude?
The
That
shape
line,
of
the
a
line
line.
that is perpendicular to Greenwich. Greenwich is
Does a
0
line
degrees
have
longitude.
shape, Charles?
No.
So what's the shape of the line of latitude?
Line
A line
without-
Does
does
a
not
line
have
have
a shape.
shape, Charles?
Line is not a shape.
I'm just saying if you were to draw it
We
on
know
a
what you're saying,
piece
Charles.
of paper, if you were to make
You're
it in
model
3D
afflicted,
shape,
Charles. We know what you're saying. We know exactly
How
what
high
you're saying.
can a
of course,
dog
that's why
fly,
that's why you
Charles?
can't answer it. But
Charles,
I'd say the
how
model
high
There
can a
is no
dog fly?
shape to a line, Charles. There is no shape to a line.
I mean, paper was at least forthright in saying you can use the Gleason's map, and guess what? It's a circle on the Gleason's map
It's
as well.
not a map, Charles.
It's a circle on the globe, and it's a circle on the Gleason. So
not a map.
And neither of those are maps, Charles.
Nope,
Oh my
neither
goodness.
one of them.
yeah, because you just live in reality. I get it.
Yep.
Even Mercator, you brought Mercator. Mercator is also projection.
Yeah, even Mercator, you can have 51 degrees north of Mercator, and what happens when you go east on that? You end
Not a
up back
map.
where you started, which means
is-
something
This
non-Euclidean
is not
just
a map
happened.
also.
So, yeah, you guys are funny.
Charles, define a line in mathematics. What's a line?
No, thanks. You guys can look it up yourselves.
Okay. When you were talking to
look up-
Jesse, did he tell you anything about
Thanks,
northings
Mr.
and
Teacher.
eastings?
I'm sorry, you got cut off.
I know. Did Jesse tell you anything about northings and eastings and what sort of
No,
a
I-
relationship those have?
I'm not.
To
Yeah,
each
I'm not
other.
familiar. I've heard those terms, but I haven't studied surveying. So
Well, we have a contradiction check. I put it in here before. We've had quite a few people. Oh.
yeah, I think it's a shame that I just moved because my surveying manual, and I think it was like Foot.
You've
Davis
got
and
a
Foote, maybe?
surveying in. That's the one
It's
that
a
Blue's
textbook.
told you to get, hasn't he? Blue said
I just
that.
looked up one on a used bookstore.
Yeah.
You know, it was like from 1950s or something. Davis and Foote. Anyway, in that textbook, it's got a extensive information. So what is this called? Northings and eastings.
Yeah. Are they perpendicular to each other?
I don't know what northings and eastings are, so I can't
Right,
tell
well, yeah,
you.
we've
if
got
it's perpendicular.
this thing in the.
But I know that
in the
north and
chat
east are
now.
perpendicular.
You see that?
All right,
Cognitive dissonance check in
north-
2 questions.
Yeah, no, north and east are perpendicular. Yes.
Okay. Right. It says, do you imagine the cardinal directions? Oh, let me get that. Imagine the cardinal directions of north, south, east, and west are lines at right angles to each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. How many of the two straight lines do you imagine are circles?
Both of them.
None, one, or two?
Both. Yeah, the answer is two.
Two. Okay. How could you imagine straight lines as circles?
Well, first off, when we're using the word straight line or the phrase straight line, it's on the surface of a globe, right? So these are geodesics. And so the north-south line is a line of longitude that hits the North Pole, hits the South Pole, and comes around the other side. And east-west would also be a circle, but that is not a geodesic. It's a, what do they call it? It's a parallel. And a parallel on a sphere is when you intersect a plane with the sphere and have that plane be parallel to the equator of that sphere. So that's why they call them parallels. That's why they called them like I don't know what the parallel was in Vietnam. We got to get those communists behind the such and such parallel, right? That's why they're called parallels. It's because you take parallel planes and intersect the sphere. So that's why lines of latitude are called parallels.
Okay, so you've got two circles, right? So next one. There's four of these. Do you believe, can you imagine a place where the only direction is south?
Yes.
Where there is no east and west?
Yes.
South is every direction.
Yes.
And you can imagine that.
I know it.
You know it.
Yes.
Right. That no sounds like a knowledge-based thing.
Well, I haven't been there.
Oh.
But
okay. So you don't know.
I haven't been to the North Pole.
Well, how do you
So
know
you
it
don't
then?
know.
Why did
If I
you
were
use
standing
the
on the
no?
North Pole, if I were standing on the North Pole, it would be impossible for me to travel east or west.
Okay, so and in that way, that all of the well, there would only be south, right? You get rid of north, east, and west for
by definition.
that minuscule little like a what could you call it? A horizontal, right? For that,
I'm not quite sure about that last part, but
well, that's like
yes,
that's
at the
one
North
of the
Pole, you can only
smallest
travel
things
south.
you could possibly have, isn't it? It's like a on your model, right? So we check this one out as well then, right? Now,
Okay.
if that's true, and you can have that, do you believe there's a place where the only direction you could walk is north?
Yes, that would be the South Pole.
Right. Okay, so there we go. Last one. Let me get this. Should really have these a bit closer to get. There we go. Now this is the like the cog disc check. That one.
Can you see the contradictions?
Yeah. Can you
No.
see the contradiction? It's just that
Oh,
that
contradiction.
one's S.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see the contradiction there?
No.
No. Do you want me to
Yeah.
tell you?
Yeah, please.
Okay, right. You've got 2 points. You've got 1 point where the only direction is south, and you've got another point where the only direction is north.
Yes.
Right. So that means from each of these points, the only direction you could possibly go is the other point.
But if you kept going, you'd eventually end up at the other pole. So
But you can stand in a place where every
Yeah,
direction is the opposite direction. And you
yeah,
can't
North Pole, if
see
you're
the
standing on the North
contradiction.
Pole, you can only travel south, right? But you could travel to any place on the Earth, from the South Pole. Or I'm sorry, from the North Pole. You travel to any location on the Earth from the North Pole. But when you're at the North Pole, you can't travel east from the North Pole. You can't travel north from the North Pole.
Yeah, you
Right?
could,
That
every
doesn't make any
direction
sense.
or any direction that you went from one of those points, you would end up at the other point.
If you kept going, a half circumference of the globe, sure.
That sounds fucking
But,
ridiculous to me.
Well, what I don't understand is that, obviously I think everybody in this room was raised in a school system where you had a teacher had a globe on the desktop. And so if you held a globe in your hand and you pointed to the North Pole, I mean, isn't it obvious that all directions from the North Pole would be south? And isn't it obvious that if you were on the South Pole, that all directions would be north? Like, I don't understand what the contradiction is. It seemed like you were leading up to something, and there's no contradiction.
The contradiction is you've got 2 points. That's it.
Poles. Those are the poles of the globe.
2 points. Like
on the surface
north
of the globe.
And south, just like you have with a straight
North
line.
Pole, South Pole.
Yeah, straight line.
Okay,
north.
Right. But the
south.
point is not called north. The point is called the North Pole. It's a very specific geographic location. Same thing with the South Pole.
Yeah, just a
right?
point,
Very
though,
specific,
right?
Very specific geographic
It's
location.
a point.
Isn't it? Yes, that's called the North Pole. Another point's called the South Pole. Notice that I keep saying North Pole and South Pole, and you just keep saying North and South.
Yeah, but we
And
said at the
that's one of
beginning.
the frustrating
We
things
said
in
the
this
very
arena.
first thing that we did. North, south, east, and west are perpendicular to one another.
Yes.
They're straight
yes,
lines.
those are directions, not locations.
They're straight lines, perpendicular.
Well, no, they're not straight lines. One's a geodesic,
So you go,
and
there's
one
a
is a circle.
contradiction.
I don't see the contradiction.
The
If you literally
contradiction
held a
is
gold
that
globe
you
in your
called
hand, there would
them
be no
right angles to each other. They're straight
Yes.
lines.
No, they're two curves. One's a line of longitude, which is a great circle, and the other one is a line of latitude, which is also a circle. So it's two circles intersecting each other. That forms north, south, east, west, which are perpendicular. I mean, literally, if you had a globe sitting in your lap, you'd be able to see this. You just literally look at the globe sitting in your lap, and you'd be able to see that, pick a location. And
straight lines on a ball.
Yeah, the geodesic or great circles, and or actually the lines.
Geodesics in Euclidean space are straight lines, aren't they?
Yes, you keep saying that, but we're talking about the surface of a globe, which is spherical geometry.
In reality, that would be like a ball, like a Euclidean sphere, existing in Euclidean space.
Traveling along the surface is done with non-Euclidean geometry.
No, a globe or a ball or whatever you want to call it exists within Euclidean space, and in that Euclidean space, straight lines are straight. Actual straight, real straight, old school
so
straight, traditional straight. I don't know why you have to say that.
Right. So you could have chords in a sphere. You could have a chord, right, straight line. But traveling along the surface, you have geodesics, like an ant crawling along the surface of the ball. That was from that one of our conversations a couple weeks ago, where I got you to admit that a straight line was the shortest path between 2 points, and then I started giggling like a schoolgirl.
Yeah, that's
walked right
just
into that.
straight lines are straight lines. Everybody knows what straight lines are. Only
Yeah,
giggling
shortest path
little
between 2
schoolgirls imagine straight
Yes.
lines to be something different than what they are.
Shortest path between 2 points.
Straight line. Straight line is a straight line. Doesn't matter the way you call it a line, a path, or whatever. Doesn't change the meaning of straight, Charles, ever. I think it's disgusting that you're pretending to be a teacher, that wanting to come in and gaslight people, because you're not gaslighting us. You're gaslighting your fellow blue marble scientists, and trying to give them an allowance so they can think that straight lines might be different. There might be some semblance of hope that the dogmatic globe model could be true.
Well, again, I would like to make a correction. I never said that straight line, the definition is etched in stone. I said it depended on context. And you are removing the context and saying that I'm gaslighting about the definition of straight line. No, that's the opposite of what I said. I said that if you were talking about planar geometry, Euclidean geometry, a straight line is, the shortest distance, right? You could draw it on a sheet of paper. You can map it out at 3D space. All right. But if you were to talk about spherical geometry, which is restricting only to the surface of a sphere, then informally we can use the word straight line, and everyone knows what the word straight line means. The equator is a straight line drawn on this sphere, right? A line of longitude is a straight line drawn on the sphere. Okay, and everyone understands what the phrase straight line is when talking about the surface of a sphere. I'm not gaslighting anybody. I haven't changed any definition. It is 100% dependent on context. And that's the part you keep taking out. You keep taking out the context and saying that I'm changing the definition of Euclidean straight line. I'm not.
Straight lines are straight lines, Charles.
Well, that's not a helpful statement.
Yes,
right?
it is.
Milk is milk. Right? Hamburgers are hamburgers.
The law of
there's nothing to
identity
be
stands, Charles.
accomplished. Yeah. I
The
think
law-
you guys like quoting the law of identity, but
Have you got
that's
something
kind of like
wrong
saying,
with the
you know,
law of
I
identity?
I live in a house, you live in a house, therefore we both live in the same house. I mean, the law of identity can be misapplied, and all you want.
Do you
so.
think, Charles? Do you think that's what you just did?
You just misapplied it, idiot.
Yes, that's exactly. I just misapplied the law of identity. Yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
you
It happens
misapplied
all the
because
time in this.
if you would say that we are talking about line, yes, that would be equivocation. But we are talking about straight line, not just a line. Because line can be curved or can be straight. So if we are talking about straight line, we are talking about specific line.
Yes, in
And
Euclidean
this-
geometry, I agree.
And this specific line is only one. That's why it is specific.
Right, in Euclidean geometry, I agree.
There is no other definition, Charles. Stop calling it in Euclidean like there's some difference.
Well, because context is important, and one of the
This is
things that
mathematical context.
But still, Aristotle considered straight line the same as Euclid, and Plato also. So
okay, but neither of them were familiar with spherical geometry, because spherical geometry,
Yeah,
I believe,
definitely
was
they were
invented
not.
after
Yes.
both of them.
Invented.
They definitely were not aware of non-Euclidean geometry. Yes. I
Okay,
can
well
assure you.
then they're citing the Euclidean definition, and I've got no problem with that. Right? I've got no
Plato
problem.
lived
I've said it
before.
100 times. I have no problem with
You've got
Euclidean
no
geometry.
problem with
There's no problem with
Aristotle
Euclidean
and
geometry.
Plato calling straight with Euclid.
Yes, I have no problem with them calling
Well,
straight.
that's good of you.
Okay.
Flat Earth
So,
mathematics.
and again, I just want to remind you that when we talk about straight line on a globe or a sphere, it is the informal usage of the phrase straight line, because the technical name would be geodesic, or a piece of a great circle.
A geodesic in Euclidean space is a straight line.
Again, you keep changing context. A geodesic on spherical geometry can be informally
you keep saying
called
I
a straight
keep
line.
changing context. I'm
Every time-
talking
every
about
time I mention
reality,
geodesic-
Charles. Are
every
you
time I
talking about reality? Because I'm trying
Every
to
time I
keep us stuck in reality, not trying to change context to some fantasy land that you want to live in, Charles. We are both talking about
geometry.
reality. I am
No, it's
not
not geometry.
changing context. Unless you
Yes,
are, and you would like to make everybody know that you are the one that keeps moving the context to some other realm.
I'm
Yes.
trying to be specific.
Right, so
about
we
the
are
context, and
definitely
that's-
talking about reality, aren't we, Charles?
Well, the context is Euclidean geometry versus spherical geometry. Those are the two contexts that we're
Right,
discussing
well,
right
we
now.
are going to tell you
Okay.
again that spherical geometry, in the context you want to use it, does not exist in reality, Charles.
So you can't
and we
hold a
are
ball?
talking about
Can't hold a ball in your hands?
That's Euclidean geometry, Charles. It's
Okay,
a
but you
ball.
can't- you
It's
can't
a
hold the ball in your hand.
Euclidean
You can't draw- you can't draw a line on the ball?
three-dimensional shape.
Can't draw a line on the ball?
Can I just back you on this, because it's getting kind of ridiculous
It's
to
getting
listen to
fucking
Charles.
stupid.
So Charles is trying to claim that you are changing the context while talking about a straight line. Meanwhile, he's changing the name and definition of the straight line to a geodetic, which he can at will just change between Euclidean and spherical, reality and not reality, at will, while saying that you're the one doing it. It's pure projection, Charles.
Okay. So if we're talking about two different contexts, and I'm trying to be crystal clear
We're
about
not.
one context versus the other, and the other person, not me, the other person keeps changing the context every
No, we're
time I say
talking
the word
about
geodesic.
straight, Charles. For fuck's sake.
Yes. So
Charles,
just
are we
take
using
back to the top. Sorry, just give me a moment, paper.
wait,
If
Just let
we
me
are
press the
talking
reset
about
button, paper, please.
if we're talking about spherical geometry and somebody informally uses the phrase straight line for spherical geometry, the technical term is geodesic.
The
Notice that
technical
I'm talking
term
about
is a
spherical
law of
geometry.
identity
Every time
violation.
I say the word geodesic, Bev comes in and says, well, in Euclidean geometry, geodesic has this other definition. Okay, that's fine, but you just changed the
No,
context. I wasn't talking about
it's the same
Euclidean.
definition.
I was talking about spherical geometry. And in
Okay,
spherical
okay, in
geometry,
spherical,
geodesic is the shortest path on the surface of a
okay,
sphere.
okay, so is vertical existent in spherical geometry?
Vertical? No, has no definition whatsoever.
So I am asking if vertical line is existent in spherical geometry.
I just told you, no, it has no definition in spherical geometry.
So it does not exist.
Well, not in geometry. You could talk about it in the real world, but the word vertical does not have any definition in spherical geometry.
So
No.
why it is used in spherical geometry?
The word vertical is not used in spherical geometry.
If you are,
Can you cite a source?
If you are talking about measuring azimuthal, not azimuthal, zenith angles, you are using verticals.
There's no zenith in spherical geometry.
How could it be, paper? It's a 2D fantasy. There can't be any perpendiculars.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
whether we
very
should be,
confused about what
Charles,
you're
do you
what
want
you're
to be
asking.
checking with your guys whether you should be the guy to deal with this? So
I'm just
we're
speaking my mind.
stating here again,
I don't-
Charles.
I don't
Let
consult with anybody.
let me just state again. We're talking about in reality. Now, in reality, obviously, vertical exists. Now, you're stating of this fictional geometry that you say want to exist, but there is no vertical. In reality, there is vertical. So therefore, your geometry does not exist.
Okay, well, vertical isn't just defined in Euclidean geometry either. So by your logic, Euclidean geometry doesn't exist. Gotcha.
Three-dimensional solid geometry, book 11, Charles.
Yes, it does not define vertical. Look it up.
Because this is orientation.
Oh, that was too easy, Bev. You just walked right into that one as well.
Because this is orientation. And
You may want to take him up on the fact that he just reversed the logic. He thinks it works both ways.
Mm-hmm. Shameful, Charles.
What's shameful? I'm just speaking the truth.
Here's the thing, Charles. You're talking about a 2D fictional. You can't have perpendicular to the 2D fictional because the 3D that would be required for that perpendicular doesn't exist within your framework. While in reality, vertical actually does exist.
Yes, in reality, vertical exists. It's just not defined in geometry.
It's defined geometrically, but that's not the point, Charles. The point is you're talking about a 2D conceptual, what's the word? Fantasy.
Conceptual.
Yeah. So there is no 3D, aka you cannot have a perpendicular to the 2D in your conception. While in reality, we can actually have vertical perpendicular to a horizontal plane, 3D. So the logic where you got to say, "Ha, got you," afterwards doesn't translate, Charles.
I'm not really sure what you're saying because it does sound like you're projecting a cartoon straw man onto me, and that wasn't
This
exactly
is part of more and more creative ways to get around what you guys are saying. This is that.
And by the way, you were saying about this elevation profiles where vertical is existent, and you were talking about geodetic surveyors who are using spherical geometry supposedly, but these geodetic surveyors apparently use verticals, which is non-existent in spherical geometry, so it doesn't fit anyway.
Okay. So I think you made a mistake there. You said that geodetic surveyors are using spherical geometry. In actuality, geodetic surveyors are using the fact that level is curving around the surface of the Earth. Okay, so they're in reality. Geodetic surveyors are in reality. They're not restricting themselves to some theoretical spherical geometry that is in some geometry textbook. So they're not restricted. Okay, so when they hang a plumb bob, they don't care that vertical is not defined in spherical geometry. Okay, they're not restricted by spherical geometry. Now, if you want to talk about latitude, longitude are spherical coordinates. You can identify any place on the surface of a sphere with two numbers.
I'm just making a brew. Did you just say that geodetic surveyors aren't restricted to Euclidean geometry?
No, to spherical geometry. I might have misspoke. Geodetic surveyors are not restricted.
Yes, he said
to spherical
that they are not restricted to spherical geometry. Yes,
I mean,
spherical geometry they don't have to do spherical geometry.
Isn't defined.
I mean, like it can completely ignore it if they want to.
No, I didn't say completely ignore. I said they're not restricted by it.
Who are you talking for, Charles?
You're putting the cart before the horse.
No, I'm listening to Charles Flat Earth Mathematics talking for geodetic surveyors, which is a profession of people.
Yes.
Actually professional people of which you know nothing of what they do.
Well, I know a lot more than you do about what they do.
How's that, Charles?
Because I've done a lot of research and I've spoken to a geodetic surveyor in the flesh at
Kozlowski.
Length. But the point that
Jesse Kozlowski was that surveyor, wasn't it, Charles?
Of course he was.
Right.
The point that paper was making.
The only person you've talked to have your understanding and you to be able to think you can speak for this professional group of people.
I'm not
is
speaking
the words of Jesse Kozlowski, the guy that can't come here and speak for himself.
So my understanding is based on extensive research.
Don't talk about a profession that you know nothing about.
Okay, I know a lot about it. So I have textbooks on surveying.
Is that you just sort of completely ignoring my request for you to not talk about a profession you know nothing about?
I know
for
more
you
about
to just
it than
continue
you do,
talking shit about a profession you know nothing about.
Okay, so I've done extensive research on this topic.
Did you ever use a level, Charles?
Yes, I've used a level.
Did you use an auto level?
I have not used an auto level.
So you've used which type of level, please?
Spirit level. And a laser level. I actually have both, spirit level and laser level. I'm sitting in my man cave.
Both are tools to establish horizontal planes of reference.
Level planes of reference.
No, I would say in manual, if there is any manual, you have level, that they establish level.
Yes, and on the small scale, sure. I was hanging shelves for my wife.
Oh,
right? And those shelves
he asked you
horizontal
question,
and they're level.
Charles, about a manual. And you said yes, but I know
I'm sorry.
You're not going to
actually
give a screenshot of your manual. That's not going to happen.
I don't have the manual with me. It's buried in my boxes because we just.
So why did you say yes when paper asked you a direct question then?
Oh my goodness gracious! Is it possible?
Oh,
for
I got
me to
two. That's the second one I've gotten tonight.
And again, you just literally talked through my answer.
Yeah, you're talking bullshit anyway, Charles. It doesn't matter.
Oh my goodness. I really feel sorry for you, Saragaki.
I am afraid that the spirit level is to establish horizontal plane.
That's
why
distance.
My question was.
On the short distance, yes. That's what I thought your question was.
There's
Saragaki inserted himself quite rudely.
Manual.
So my spirit level is not used to establish a horizontal that's 100 miles long. No, it is used for
but still,
building
it
shelves.
it is for establishing horizontal plane of reference.
I'm with Saragaki. I want to see the instruction manual for a spirit level.
Yeah, could you imagine?
The instruction manual for the spirit level. That's pretty funny. But
you just told Paper that yes, it says that level, that it establishes the level. You told him there is a manual for a spirit level, Charles.
I did not say there was a manual for a spirit level.
You answered the
can roll
question
the
with a
tape.
yes.
Roll the tape. Okay, roll the tape, and
I was
then
there. You were
get-
there. Now you're
get
just
whether or
lying
not
about
I
what you
said
said.
Oh, go ahead. You can call me a liar all you want, but this is all being recorded, so we can go back and we can review what I actually said.
Yep.
And I did not say that a spirit level has a manual. So
And we can also
good
clip
luck.
what you said and put it to
Good luck
where you
finding that
answered
quote.
the question
So you just
with a
called
yes.
me a liar with a quote that you made up. So
Nah,
who
you
exactly
answered this
is the
question
liar?
with a yes, which implies that yes, you have this manual that says that it's used to establish the level plane. You answered the question with a yes.
I answered a question with a yes. Wow. That's quite some evidence, Aragaki.
Okay, so I have slightly different question. So if the spirit level is leveled already, does it show or exhibit a horizontal position?
Locally, yes.
So
Where you are,
level and horizontal position is the same. For
Locally,
spirit level.
yes. And I've said that 1,000 times in this forum. Locally, level is indistinguishable from horizontal. Okay, there is 1,001. I've said it.
I would agree because you are only at one location until you can have ability of bilocation. But if you don't, then yes, you can be only at one location with your
Yes,
spirit
travel
level.
to another location, you will establish a new horizontal plane of reference.
The new, it means that at different location. So, but how it would differ?
Well, it depends on how far you're going. If you're talking
in
about
which
going 69
manner?
miles,
Okay,
if you go
in which-
69 miles away, they will differ by 1 degree.
Okay, but can you not check it with gyroscope, for example?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, gyroscopes. The problem is they don't tend to travel well. So
Why?
if you had a gyroscope and you fired it up in one location and then you drove it 69 miles to another location, just the errors in the bearings in the mechanism might give you an inaccurate reading. But if you had a gyroscope and you just fired it up and just let it roll,
No.
you'll detect say the rotation of the Earth. But
I am talking about gyroscope on gimbals.
Yeah. Gyroscope on gimbals, absolutely. But the practical difficulty, Paper, is in transporting it. How do you get it from point A to point B? Okay, that's where you're going to have the difficulty.
In your car, for example.
Yeah, but
while
most roads are not perfectly flat. All I'm saying is mechanically,
it doesn't matter because the gyroscope is supposed to keep rigidity in space.
Yes,
so if
yes,
you
it
can,
is.
If you can make it working, so it would rotate during your trip to another place.
Yes.
So you would be sure that it kept rigidity. So you will notice this gyroscope would exhibit this precession or whatever you can call it.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that there are mechanical limits. Gyroscopes are not perfect. So, this is a worthy experiment to try. And my understanding is that the gyro compasses they used in the battleships in World War II were very, very precise and could do exactly the thing that you're talking about.
Yes, and they are still using gyroscopes everywhere. So I would say that if they were so unreliable,
they small planes?
Whatever.
Well, where are gyroscopes used? Everywhere. What is
on
the claim?
aeroplanes,
Oh,
as you said, on
okay.
ships. So okay.
Yeah,
So
I don't think they're
they are
used on ships
reliable
much anywhere anymore, but
I-
on small aircraft, sure.
on
But the
every
gyroscopes,
aircraft.
well, no, not
They are
every aircraft. Um, the small aircraft, the ones that have like mechanical instrumentation may have the gyroscope you're talking about. It's called a artificial horizon. But the thing is, there's compensating mechanisms. That's the part that a lot of people don't know about. And I've actually delved into. We were
so
talking about
I am talking.
manuals.
I am talking about gyroscope without a compensating mechanism.
But the ones that are in
I don't
aircraft
believe in
do
this
have compensating
compensating
mechanisms.
mechanism.
Okay.
I don't believe also, but
Okay. So, paper, are you familiar with that you could buy an airplane gyroscope, or, artificial horizon, and you could stick it on your kitchen table, you could fire it up, and then you could literally turn it upside down and it will eventually right itself. If it were just a pure gyroscope, it would not right itself. It would show that it was upside down. But there are compensating mechanisms within the gyroscope. So if you have it on your kitchen table and you physically turn the machine upside down, it will eventually right itself and show right side up, which means that you are losing the information that you were trying to get. I hope that makes sense.
so you are preventing a gyroscope from doing what it is supposed to do.
Well, the compensating mechanisms are so that vertical is in the gyroscope's frame of reference. And so then in the short term, it will be able to tell if you're, banking left, banking right, increasing in elevation, or, nose up, nose down. It'll be able to tell all those things. But over the long term, these compensating mechanisms work very, very slowly, and the gyroscope will then reorient itself towards gravity. Okay, that's how these things work.
No.
Well, I'm telling you, that's how the aircraft gyroscopes work. And
you are
there are
talking
many
about
videos on YouTube of people literally taking an aircraft gyroscope and they're like, sticking a book under one corner so that it's now at a crazy angle. And then the gyroscope will then level out with time. All right. So I'm not making this up. This is literally how they're designed.
That's why I'm talking about gyroscope without compensating.
Okay. So it's a worthy exercise, and I would recommend that you try it. And if you did try it, you would see, however far you drove, if you had a precision gyroscope that had no flaws, it did not drift on its own, then yes, it would definitely show you the curvature of the Earth.
Yes, gyroscope on gimbals would do that because
Yes.
if you can rotate quickly to overcome the gravity itself, because this rigidity of axis is kept because of this rotation. To overcome, to create own inertial frame of reference, overcoming other frame of reference. This is what gyroscope is doing. So that's why
the gyroscope's supposed to be rigid in space, just as you said.
Yes.
Now, the other problem you're going to have, paper, is that the Earth is rotating as you're taking this road trip. So you
yes,
since your road trip is probably going to be less than 1,000 miles an hour, chances are your gyroscope will process further because of the turn of the Earth than it would be because of the change in curvature.
Yes, that's my point also, is that you don't need to trip anywhere, because
yes, you just sit it and let it go, and it will show 15 degrees per hour the rotation of the Earth. Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
and there are many, let's say, footage. There is footage on YouTube. It was a few years ago. I have seen that, and there is no precision. The people did that in their homes.
With what? Because the thing is, if they measured zero,
gyroscope on gimbals.
Okay, but if I've seen videos where they had a power cable, and the power cable was as thick as my wrist, and they discovered that this gyroscope did not move. And the problem is that yes, they had this huge power cable running to it, so it would be very hard for that gyroscope to move. And this is one of the problems, paper, and I raised this on a previous conversation. If you're trying to measure something that is close to zero, and you come up with zero, you really can't be 100% certain. Like trying to weigh a grain of sand. You could say, oh, I tried to weigh a grain of sand, and I come up 0. That means a grain of sand has no weight. And it's like, no, it's you're trying to weigh something that is really, really close to 0. And so you may get a false negative.
No, I would disagree, because we know that it cannot be 0, because we know that objects with mass cannot have 0 weight.
But I hope you get my point. You put it on a scale, put it on any scale, even the most precise scales in like a high-tech chemistry lab. You put that single grain of sand on the scale and it will say 0. Okay? Because a grain of sand is beyond the weighing capabilities of, 99.999% of the scales that are in existence today. Okay? So just because you put it on the scale and the scale read out 0 does not mean that you're going to say, oh, therefore, a shovel full of sand will weigh 0 because it's, 10 million grains of sand. Common sense says, no, a grain of sand does have weight, even if the scale says 0. I hope you understand my point. You're trying to measure something that is very, very small.
Yes, this is issue with measuring device. So sensitivity of this measuring device is not enough. That's it.
Yes, the same happens with gyroscopes. That's why I made very, very clear distinction about the precision of the bearings, whether they drift, because, often mechanical devices, you can try to fine tune them all you want, but ultimately it's a mechanical device and it may have a drift on its own. So that's why I was just trying to say it's a difficult experiment to undertake.
I would say that very easy, because I think that we both can drive a bike, so you know how strong this gyroscopic effect is.
That stabilizes a bicycle. Yes.
Yes, in a rigid position. So even if you lean left or right, it will still keep you on the, let's say, vertical position.
Yes.
So if you are going faster, of course, the rigidity is greater. So you can even take off your hands from
the
drive.
steering wheel. Yes.
Steering
or
wheel.
the handlebars. I'm sorry. Take your hands off the handlebars. Yes, I get what you're saying. Absolutely. But I've done a pretty deep dive into gyroscopes, and the thing is, if they're powered, how does the electricity get to them? Are there wires involved? There are issues that people have come up with when they were trying these gyroscope experiments. That's all I'm trying to say. It's a worthy experiment. I recommend that you try it. Okay. But it's the shape of the Earth is the shape of the Earth. So
Works in Euclidean space, doesn't it?
I have one question, Charles, about gyroscopes, because you said that you went through that thoroughly. So do you know how long this compensating device is used in aeroplanes? Because I think that during World War II and earlier, there were not any compensating devices.
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know anything about like World War II era gyroscopes. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the earlier ones, like, for example, in small aircraft were not traveling, to the other side of the Earth. So, you'd take off from one airport and then you'd land at another airport. And then I think you would like zero out the gyroscope, to the new, the new horizontal once you got there. I genuinely don't know.
I would say that there would be no precession. Even if you travel, let's say, 100 miles or 200 miles, you can do that even with a small airplane.
Yeah, but the thing is that the turn of the Earth is going to be affecting you a lot more, on just 100 miles, because a small aircraft only travels maybe 150 miles an hour.
Okay, but you can go from south to north, and you are going with rotation supposedly, or against rotation only in one direction.
Yes, yeah. So you would get a what do they call that? Not pitch, but yaw. You would get a yaw effect, or no, you get a roll effect.
You would, but this is the question: that if this will be shown on gyroscope or not, without compensating device.
Yeah, that's a good question. But I definitely recommend that on your own, you can look up. You know, the term you could look up is called pendulous vanes on small aircraft gyroscopes. Have you ever heard that phrase, Wolfie? Or I'm sorry, I just called you Wolfie. Paper. I'm looking up something for on Wolfie's channel where he did the stuff with gyroscopes.
I know what pendulum is, but this pendulum vanes, what it is exactly.
You're looking up something from Wolfie. Why don't you see if Jesse Kozlowski's done anything?
I don't think he's ever played
your
with
sources
gyroscopes.
are rubbish.
Oops, I think I just pasted the wrong thing. I would say copy link address. Well, the thing that is always true in any of these videos is like, try it yourself. You know, if you don't believe what the guy does, you know, that you could buy a gyroscope. You can buy an aircraft gyroscope on eBay, you know, and you're welcome to try it. But it is very interesting to, you know, like an artificial horizon for a small aircraft.
I've got a gyroscope.
Is it powered?
It's got a motor with it. Comes with it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So then the question is, how big is the power cable? Because one of the demonstrations I saw, they had a motorized gyroscope, but the power cable was, like I said, I mean, I was exaggerating. It wasn't as thick as my wrist, but it was definitely thick enough that it would cause that gyroscope to not process with the rotation of the Earth.
But it means that it wouldn't work anyway. So it doesn't fulfill his purpose.
That's correct. In other words, you would get a reading of 0, but it would be a false positive. I mean, a false negative.
False reading anyway. So what's the purpose of doing that kind of gyroscope?
Well, no. What I'm saying is the power cable. If you can overcome the issues where you have an external power source, where these wires are going to interfere with the gimbaling, okay, then that's, you know, that's going to cause you to, well, it's going to bias the results, is what I'm trying to say. It's going to
contradiction. You've just spent
contradiction.
You've just spent a long time trying to explain about your straight line that isn't straight, that only occurs where there is no vertical. And now you're talking about vertical and horizontal and 3 dimensions as if it wasn't a thing, like as if you've completely forgot that you were living in a 2-dimensional framework just before.
I don't live in a 2-dimensional framework.
No, so we live in Euclidean. Why were you so keen to bend a straight line within Euclidean space?
I'm not bending a straight line.
Okay, so we know then, in reality, we're dealing with 3-dimensional Euclidean space, don't we?
Yes.
Okay, so that all of that stuff that you did at the beginning about straight lines not actually being straight.
Well, in non-Euclidean geometry, straight lines
not real.
are curved.
But yeah, but we're living in 3-dimensional Euclidean space.
Oh my goodness. So, yeah, we're just going around in circles.
No,
airplanes
Charles, no,
fly.
you've got a
Airplanes fly
massive
using great
contradiction.
So
that you're living in a
there's no
contradiction. Yes, you are.
Charles, I think that question is why to use spherical geometry when you cannot apply it to reality.
Well,
what's the purpose?
The thing is,
using
I mean, spherical geometry, specifically spherical coordinates, are extremely important in, for example, aircraft, where you want to fly the shortest route possible because fuel is very expensive. So aircraft fly great circle routes. That's very, very common, and that's 100% spherical coordinates. Take any latitude, longitude, any other latitude, longitude. You can find the distance between them
but
using
you are
the
flying
Vicente.
on vertical elevation. So and you are not, because you said that spherical geometry is about surface of the supposedly Earth, but aeroplane is flying in the air, and it doesn't need to coordinate with a spherical coordinate system.
So, and I guess the problem is do you understand that the altitude an airplane flies is negligible compared to the circumference of the Earth? An airplane flies maybe 5-6 miles high. The circumference of the Earth is 25,000 miles, so it's negligible.
Okay, but it is still not surface of anything.
So, but I mean, you can use latitude, longitude coordinates when you're in an airplane. That's not a problem. Airplanes navigate, by the ground.
Okay, I'm off to bed. Good night, all.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, Paper. It was great talking with you. I really appreciate the conversation. And Bev, I've been monopolizing the conversation, but if you'd like me to step out, I'll be happy to step out.
Free for all Fridays. That's what we do here.
It is Free for All Friday.
Yeah.
To those people in the chat, I'm sorry I have not been responding, but I try to focus in on, if I'm in an active conversation, I can't really respond to people in chat. So I know Paige has had a lot of messages. There's a bunch from J Row and Kevin and Ismo. I apologize.
Yeah, see, here's the thing, Charles, right? Yes, sir. You're the only person that's really ever said these things. You do realize that, don't you?
Maybe to you, but I did not make up any of these concepts. Like literally 100% of what I'm saying is unoriginal.
Well, I'm just saying that in the broader spectrum, right? These sort of things that you're saying, they don't ever get spoken of anywhere else. Like, you're unique in your ability to say these things. Now, how many people do you think are aware of the things that you're saying?
Well, if you are a small aircraft manufacturer or a small aircraft mechanic, you know exactly what pendulous vanes are. So that's not
Are
new.
you a small engineer, small aircraft manufacturer, or a small engineer?
No, neither.
No. So why are you saying to me that if I were?
Well, because then you'd be familiar with how the instruments on the aircraft work. Like, let's say someone says, "Hey, my artificial
you're not
horizon."
either of those, and you seem to be able to be familiar with how it works.
I've researched them, so I mean, I've literally actually gone to the manuals from the manufacturers themselves. They're downloadable in PDF forms, and I was just interested in about pendulous vanes, and I found the concept to be fascinating. How they operate, but they operate because they have little weights, and the weights are drawn to gravity. So over time, the artificial horizon will right itself. And if you don't want if you don't like Wolfie's video, there are other videos by other people showing the same thing. I just happen to know that Wolfie had one on his channel, but you just take a gyro, and if you don't believe even the other videos, you could buy a gyroscope yourself, an artificial horizon, and you can prop it up with a book under one corner, and you will see that with time it will right itself. So it is definitely a thing.
It's acting in Euclidean space, right?
Euclidean is descriptive. It is not prescriptive. Okay. So every time you say Euclidean space, yes, that's one way of describing the world, but it doesn't prescribe how things are done.
It doesn't turn it into two-dimensional, though, does it?
Well, no, latitude, longitude is two numbers to identify a location.
But vertical does exist in reality, and we have the X,
vertical,
Y, and Z Cartesian coordinate system that everybody understands, right?
Yes, and the ECEF coordinate system definitely uses X, Y, and Z going through the Earth.
And they're perpendicular to each other, straight lines.
Yeah, the coordinates, the X axis, the Y axis, and the Z axis are all perpendicular to each other. Yes.
Okay. So, that sort of sort it then, right? There's nowhere for not Euclidean to be, because Euclidean space, the three-dimensional space of X, Y, and Z, completely fills up the entirety of that space. There's nowhere else where not that could possibly be, is there?
No, because we're talking about tools that are helpful. And if you have, and let's say, I know you don't believe in the globe, but so let's say you take a desktop globe.
Definitely believe in the globe, right? I know what a globe is, right? It's a little model of a
Cardboard.
spherical thing, right, that you've got in the room. I've got about 3 or 4 of them in my room right now with me.
Yes.
Right, so I definitely know what a globe is.
Okay. So that's our common ground.
Definitely
starting
globe.
with that.
It is globe.
Starting with that common ground, we're going to use non-Euclidean geometry to describe how we can travel from one point to another on the surface of this globe, or as Paper was saying, flying in an airplane, which is
2 points in space.
Okay, but without spherical geometry, you could only draw the chord. Right? The chord is the shortest distance between those 2 points in 3D space. Right?
No. You've got the sphere.
The chord is the shortest distance.
No, you've got the actual sphere. You
Yes,
are
I have the sphere.
holding the actual sphere.
Yes, and if you want the shortest distance between the 2 points in the Euclidean world, that is the chord. It is a stretched rubber band string that passes through this cardboard sphere and out the other side. You'd have to drill 2 holes and you pull a string through those 2 holes. That's the chord. That's the shortest distance, right? However, that is not practical if you were an airplane captain. An airplane captain wants to fly the shortest path. He has to fly through the atmosphere. So he is going to use non-Euclidean geometry, specifically the Vincenti formulas. I think I'm mispronouncing it. But the Vincenti formula, using Haversines, you could take any latitude longitude of airport A and then latitude and longitude of airport B, and it will compute the shortest path, which is across the surface using non-Euclidean coordinates. Latitude and longitude are non-Euclidean coordinates. Okay, and how do you find the shortest path that the airplane would take? Well, it would be flying over a curved great circle route.
Aren't latitude and longitude described as being perpendicular? And that's very Euclidean. Are you telling me that the perpendicular that you're imagining is not Euclidean?
All right. So first off, Euclid does not have a copyright on perpendicularity. You can have perpendicular.
Definition 10.
Yes, that's in Euclidean space. You can define perpendicularity.
Within the foundations of mathematics.
Of Euclidean geometry,
of mathematics,
yes. Of Euclidean geometry,
mathematics.
Yes. But you don't believe non-Euclidean
exists.
So in non-Euclidean geometry, you can also have 90-degree angles. All right, and so latitude and longitude lines meet at right angles, and you could see that with your desktop globe. Just literally hold it in your hand and take a look at where the Greenwich meridian meets the equator, and it's a 90-degree angle. Okay, so. But anyway, so I was just trying to make a point about how non-Euclidean geometry is a helpful tool that an airplane captain might use to compute flight distance, for example. And even though the globe is, Euclidean, it's a 3D sphere in Euclidean space. I get all that. You can describe any point in XYZ. I get all that. However, describing points on the globe in XYZ space is not helpful to an airplane captain who has to fly a great circle route. All right. So he's going to need the curvature of the Earth. He's going to need latitude, longitude.
He's going to
And
need
Paige is mentioning-
Euclidean geometry, isn't he?
Well, he's going to use non-Euclidean in terms of latitude, longitude, because those are non-Euclidean coordinates. There's a spherical coordinates. But Paige is asking about emergency landings. Yes,
Do you
I have
realise,
looked
Charles?
into
Charles,
emergency landing.
Charles,
Yes.
I think Rumpus will be ripping his hair out right now.
Yeah.
You know, spherical coordinates are Euclidean, don't you?
So
You do
no.
know spherical coordinates are actually Euclidean, don't you?
No, they're not.
Really?
Yes.
Spherical coordinates, as in the usage where?
Latitude, longitude.
An angle.
No. Location, a point on the Earth's surface.
Points on a 3D Euclidean sphere would obviously be Euclidean too.
Yeah, you could describe it with XYZ. Absolutely, Saragaki. Yeah, using the ECEF coordinate system, you could take any latitude, longitude, and then you could translate that into XYZ 3D coordinates. Absolutely. You can go backwards and forwards.
Now, the point is that you claim just now that the things you want to call non-Euclidean are points on the surface of a sphere, which all of that is Euclidean, so how you can just blatantly claim that it's not is ridiculous.
So what I claimed was that if an airline captain were trying to figure out the shortest path between 2 points on a curved globe, he will use non-Euclidean geometry, specifically the Haversine formula. The Vicenti formula, which uses Haversines. He plugs in latitude, longitude of the origin and his destination, and it will use spherical geometry to figure out the shortest path that has to travel along the curved surface of the globe.
But you
That's what I
realise
claim.
there's no vertical.
Well, the Vicenti formula does not use vertical because the altitude an airplane flies is negligible compared to the curvature of the Earth or the circumference of the Earth.
I think he's really struggling because he doesn't know what spherical geometry actually is. He thinks it's just calculating distance along
done by
an arc on a
aeroplanes.
sphere. Yeah. The airplane that's high
Saragaki-
up in the air vertically at an altitude which you can't have in spherical geometry. He has no clue, this guy.
Saragaki, are you familiar with the Vicenti formula?
I'm familiar with vertical.
Okay, that wasn't the question. Are you familiar with the Vicenti formula?
What
I'm
would
familiar
it make a
with the fact
difference?
that-
Come on, Charles.
Yeah. I'm familiar with the fact that spherical geometry is a 2D fantasy in which vertical cannot exist, and that the airplane is at an altitude which is an elevation change.
So again, this
an
is
altitude indicator, so it's not elevation as in land measurement. So
This is-
my bad there, but it's definitely vertically up from the horizontal.
This is yet another reason why I know I'm on the right team, because I just asked, like I said, I'm a teacher, and if I, if I say to a student, I'm tutoring somebody, I'm like, oh, hey Johnny, do you know the Pythagorean theorem? It's not a gotcha question. It's like, let's say Johnny says, yes, I know the formula. Well, then we can proceed knowing that I know that he knows the Pythagorean theorem. So I'm just having a
however, when you ask
conversation,
a student,
and I
let me
simply
address your
asked
point, Charles,
Saragaki
please. You just
if
made a
he
point. Let me
asked
address
if
it.
he knew
No?
what the Vicenti formula
So
was.
you're
It was
going to
just a
just
straight
keep on
question,
talking past the
Saragaki.
point you made. Yeah,
Are you
there's no
familiar
point
with
in
the
you
Vicenti
continuing.
formula?
So when you ask a student if he knows or she knows the Pythagorean theorem just out of the blue, that's not a loaded question at that point because you're just asking a straight up question with no context. However, you're here trying to reify your fake model, which you've been shown how ridiculous it is time and time again. So it's obviously clear that your question is a loaded question in this case, while you're ignoring the fact that spherical geometry is 2D fantasy in which verticals cannot exist, because you don't know what spherical geometry actually is, Charles.
But you never answered the question of if you were familiar with
No,
the
you're
Vicenti
damn
formula.
right I didn't answer the question because it's irrelevant to the conversation, Charles.
If you had asked me a question, I would have said, ask me, hey, Charles, are you familiar with the
dodging
Euclid's
questions all
proposition
fucking
59?
night,
And I would
Charles.
say, no, I'm not familiar with Euclid proposition 59. And then maybe you would tell me something, right? That's how I would answer the question. I wouldn't try to do a little tap dance. Okay.
Which book would you find Proposition 59, please?
I just made it up. All right.
Yeah,
I
you
just made
damn
it up.
straight.
Obviously.
But if you had asked me that question, I would have said, no, I'm not familiar with that proposition. Why don't you educate me?
I'm not
All right?
going to ask that question because just the fact that you said Proposition 59 means that
Sure.
you have no clue.
Oh my goodness, you have no
You've
idea.
never
what an
read
analogy
Euclid
is.
properly through and through from cover to cover, have you?
Oh my goodness gracious.
No.
I
So now
mean,
it's a- now
obviously
it's a-
not. I
it's
just
a
wanted
have
this,
you-
you
this
to
is a
prove your
have
point
you
that
ever
you would
question.
actually answer a straight question. That would be nice, Charles. Have you ever read Euclid through and through?
No.
No. That's
See
very
how
clear.
easy that
Thank you.
is? You just asked me a question and I didn't tap dance around an answer. I just gave you a straight answer. That would be
Good
great
for
if you
you.
could do the same thing.
Thank you very much.
Well, anyway, the
for your
Vicente
honesty.
formula is used by ship captains as well as airline captains to figure out the shortest distance between 2 points. My understanding is that it actually uses the ellipsoid, not just not a sphere. The Haversine formula was used.
You want to be careful with that Haversine
spherical.
formula. You know what it did to Bob. Be very careful.
What do I need to be careful with the Haversine?
Well, it ends up with people coming out with statements that are shorter than a straight line path, doesn't it?
No, I don't believe it does.
Yeah, that's what Bob did. He ended up
So-
saying that
so
it
he-
was a shorter than a straight line.
Yeah. So
No joke.
It's a fun conversation.
Yeah,
But,
it wasn't for Bob though. So you've got to watch what you're doing.
He's now stuck in a rubber room somewhere with a globe in his lap saying Haversine and Vicente over and over again.
Well, I don't think he's ever going to talk about straight lines or any geometry ever again.
And I also don't think that's a funny joke if you look back in history at how many of these non-Euclidean mathematics actually ended up in nut houses, Charles. That's pretty disrespectful. Those are your shadow giants in the nut house you're making fun of right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did some special
Maybe
work.
Charles doesn't know anything about that. Charles, do you know anything about that?
I do not know anything about that.
You don't.
So can you name a mathematician that ended up in the nut house because he was trying to work
The
on
ones that invented imaginometry. Yeah.
No, my understanding is that Bev invented imaginometry.
Oh no,
I'm talking
no,
about a real
no.
mathematician.
Definitely not original.
No, you're talking about imaginary geometries.
I went to Bev's imaginometry website and I read through it.
That's
and
it.
it
Yeah, that's
sounded-
imaginometry.
Yeah.
I said he's thinking
Imaginary
of
geometry.
imaginary geometries.
It read
Yeah.
like the Jabberwocky. And no, I'm not going to consult the Jabberwocky as a source of anything.
No, that's the only
your
true, honest, non-Euclidean geometry there is, imaginometry. We're talking
to your
about
point-
imaginary geometries that were done by who was it? Leibniz.
Boolean.
Okay, so that was the name I was looking for. I was going to ask if there was the
who
name
else?
of a
Kant.
mathematician
Nietzsche.
Mm-hmm.
who went
How
crazy
many- how
because he
many
was working on spherical geometry.
It wasn't working on. It wasn't called spherical geometry. It was called imaginary geometries. They were trying to work a way to imagine something different than Euclidean. And it takes a clever mind to be able to do that, doesn't it, Charles? To imagine something not like, like everybody knows that three-dimensional reality is the XYZ of Euclidean. But it takes a special type of mind to be able to imagine the not that.
So it was the suggestion that Leibniz went crazy and went to a mental hospital and went crazy because he was working on non-Euclidean geometry.
No, I think that was you. You were saying that about Bob. You were laughing at Bob.
I was trying to make a joke.
Yeah, you were.
And people
I
were like,
know.
no, that's no joke. Saragaki said, no, that's very disrespectful because that's what happened to the mathematicians who blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, you were trying to make a joke out of Bob.
Yeah.
acting a little bit weird,
I
saying
thought
that
it was-
there was a
I thought it was
shorter than
pretty
a
funny.
straight line distance.
So,
he imagined he drove it in his car.
So Leibniz doesn't seem to have any reference to, at least the thing I'm looking at, doesn't seem to talk about mental illness or spherical geometry. So, Saragaki, since you're the one who brought it up, how I was being disrespectful, do you have the name of a mathematician who went crazy because he was working on spherical geometry?
It wasn't called spherical geometry, as you've been told. It was called imaginary geometries.
Do you have the name of a mathematician was the question.
Yeah, but I would have to go and find the...
Okay. You can DM.
Boulay is the one who wrote that book, isn't it? Where he told his son.
Yeah.
Was that Boulay?
I think so.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Charles, I'm at the behest of my memory of names of historical figures. That's not a gotcha.
What you're going to be doing, Charles, is you're going to be reading up on this, and you're going to be going and telling everybody, aren't you, that you've researched it. Well, research it for yourself. Don't bother waiting for us to say things, and then you can just research these people. Like, you know nothing about spherical geometry.
I know a lot more about it than you.
What's that? Tell me the
exists.
main thing about spherical geometry that you know more about it than me. Please tell me.
Well, that it has the first, if you could nail down 5 of the main postulates of Euclid, spherical geometry uses the first 4, and it has trouble with the 5th.
That's wrong.
Okay? That's one of the fundamental
That is wrong,
concepts.
Charles.
On the face
it
of it,
certainly does not include 4 of the 5 that you imagine. Because what's the third one?
I don't know.
That a circle can be drawn from any point.
Circle can be drawn on a sphere.
No.
Oh, and it also includes at any
There's a
distance
limit.
from that point. Yes, there's a limit involved in postulate 3, so it doesn't actually apply to your fantasy. Let's just use that word.
And the straight line being extended, a terminated straight line being extended any length in a straight line.
Even the first point, where you can have a straight line being drawn between any 2 points. Well, if you have a limit on how far away those 2 points can be, then certainly you can't draw that line past.
Turns into the same point at some point on your idea of your imaginary.
Okay, so this reference I'm looking at is talking about the second and the fourth postulate are fine, but it violates the other 3.
Oh, so you've just admitted now that when you first said it, you were talking shit. Now, if you identify these other ones,
there was another reference
because you've never looked into it. You said that you knew more about it than we do, and you've just been
I definitely
proved,
know that spherical geometry
You've just been
exists.
proved wrong. Now you've just come out with another ridiculous claim. It does not exist. There is no vertical. How can it exist if there is no vertical?
There's no vertical in Euclidean geometry, and yet I'm pretty sure you're going to claim that exists.
Did you miss
Something
my point
can exist
earlier where I
without having a
explained to
vertical.
you why that line of logic is wrong, Charles? So do I have to go through it one more time?
Oh, please don't. It's so painful.
Yeah, so then can you drop the point then? Because it's very painful for everyone to hear you just ignore logic that's been put to you.
Oh my goodness. I don't think you guys have used any logic on me whatsoever.
Wow.
But
reality is 3D. Euclidean goes into 3D. Your fantasy geometry does not go into 3D. Vertical exists in reality as Euclidean does, considering reality is Euclidean. So your logic, in which it's not defined in Euclid, does not negate vertical. However, the fact that you don't have 3D in your fantasy does negate vertical.
Who said I didn't have 3D in my fantasy?
2D fantasy geometry. That's
latitude,
what
longitude are 2
geometry is.
Okay?
No
Latitude and longitude are 2 numbers.
3D.
It does not say anything about height.
Because you need it to be perpendicular to horizontal, which is a plane.
Oh my goodness.
So you need 3D for vertical, and you don't have that in spherical geometry. Can you go and find the definition for spherical geometry, please, and post it in the chat, Charles?
biggest straw
Should I
man
go and
going
do it
on.
for you since you're gonna ignore this? I'm gonna do it for you. I'll find you the definition.
Oh my goodness, you're like the straw maniest of straw men.
Wow, this is not a straw man, Charles.
Bro,
He's definitely
bro,
projecting.
I'm the dumbest motherfucker on this panel, and even I can follow this shit, bro. I don't know what the heck's. I don't know what's going on with you, Charles.
I'm not quite sure what's going on with Saragaki either, but he's definitely projecting straw men, things that I've never said or intended. But that's okay. It's
Yeah,
free
you
country.
didn't intend
Say
it
what you
because
like.
you have no clue what you're talking about. You're just making shit up on the fly. That's why you
Look
didn't
at this.
intend it. However, it's still the case.
So you definitely have vertical, and vertical exists in
The real
3D
world.
reality.
Yes.
Right, and your
Yes, I can hang a
geometry
plumb
that
bob.
you imagine to be spherical does not exist in three-dimensional reality, does it?
I'm sorry. I was looking at Saragaki's post. Can you say that again?
The reality that we live in that has vertical, the three-dimensional reality, your fantasy geometry doesn't have vertical in it, does it?
What do you mean by my fantasy geometry?
I mean, your fantasy geometry that doesn't have vertical within it.
Euclidean geometry doesn't have vertical in it either.
No, Euclidean geometry, three space that we live in, definitely has vertical.
No, reality has vertical. Euclidean geometry does not.
Euclidean geometry has vertical angles within it.
Those
It definitely does.
It's a mistranslation from vertexal. The angles sharing a vertex has nothing to do with
somebody's
a plumb bob.
mistranslated the opposite
Word
angles
vertical,
being called
the-
vertical angles.
Vertical in the phrase vertical angles has nothing to do with a plumb bob.
Semantics.
It has to do with two angles
vertical
that are opposite each other when you cross two lines. It has absolutely nothing to do with the concept of vertical or vertical lines or plumb bobs or anything like that.
Okay, can we
Right?
get to the point then, please,
It is
Charles,
a
before you start
mistranslation
waffling
from
on forever? Can you
vertexal.
please read what I've posted in the chat? Because this is what you avoided doing yourself. Can you read
Okay.
just the thing that I snipped out
So-
of the Wikipedia definition of this?
Okay, so you want me to
Yes, read it out loud
jump
for all
jump
the
and
audience.
say
Yes.
how high. Okay,
Yes, please
spherical
do.
geometry is the geometry of the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. I'm pretty sure you guys yelled at people when they said the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. But anyway, here
Yeah,
it is
it's
black and white.
absolutely ridiculous. That's
Thanks,
the truth. Yes,
Saragaki.
but the point is
Confirming.
two-dimensional, which
Oh my
means you
goodness.
cannot have vertical because vertical
you
is
guys are so
perpendicular to
funny.
horizontal, which is the plane. You need 3D
You
for that
guys-
perpendicular relationship of
you
the
guys
plane to
spent
the
like
straight
6
line.
months.
And this is two-dimensional, which means you cannot have vertical within it. Done deal. Thank you for reading it, Charles.
Who was that woman who used to come in here? It was like sort of the low voice. I forget her name, but you used to give her such a hard time because she said that the surface of a sphere was two-dimensional, and you were like, it's three-dimensional, and then here it is, black and white. Thank you,
Sphere is
Saragaki,
three-dimensional.
confirming that the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, which it is.
I did not confirm that the surface of
You-
a sphere is
you asked me to
two-dimensional,
read what you
Charles. We're
posted.
talking about your fantasy geometry. Did you not hear me use the word fantasy?
Yeah, I've heard the word fantasy.
Yeah,
many,
yeah,
many
yeah.
times.
So why would
I
you
just read
suddenly
out
try and
loud
flip
what you
that
asked
to
me
me,
to read.
confirming that your fantasy geometry is not
It doesn't
fantasy?
say anything
That's
about
ridiculous,
fantasy.
Charles.
It doesn't say anything about fantasy. It says
It
spherical
says
geometry.
two-dimensional, which means
the
not
geometry
three-dimensional,
of the
which means you cannot have
two-dimensional
vertical
surface of
perpendicular
a
to
sphere.
horizontal.
Yeah,
So
you do
funny,
know
like to talk
two-dimensional doesn't
right over
exist,
top of
don't
me.
you, Charles?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You do know that two-dimensional things don't exist.
And in the real world, everything has depth. Even molecules have depth. So,
So
yes,
that's
you cannot
three-dimension then.
build a
Definitely
two-dimensional
3D, yes.
anything.
Okay, so there's no existence of two-dimensional things.
Technically speaking, but if you want to say I've got a
So
sheet of graph
therefore,
paper, could say
fantasy
I've got
would
an
be
x-axis
a
and a
very
y-axis.
good term to use.
Oh my goodness.
Conceptual.
Imaginary
Oh,
also.
you guys are so funny. You're really giving me a good laugh on a Friday afternoon.
This is
Thank
why
you.
Euclidean geometry is the only geometry to make it into the three-dimensional reality. The only one. And it takes up the entirety of reality within the concept of the X, Y, and the Z. There's literally no more space for any other geometries.
It's descriptive, Bev. Euclidean geometry is descriptive. It's nothing more, nothing less.
When you say that, what do you mean when you say that?
So we had this argument over about polar coordinates versus Cartesian coordinates. So if you take a sheet of graph paper, plot a point, say 3,4.
Okay, I think you're missing the point. You
Three
literally
units to the right, and then 4 units up. So 3 units in the x-axis, x direction, and 4 units in the y
you're
direction.
answering a question I didn't ask you, Charles.
You can say that point is identified as 3,4. However, you could also identify that point with polar coordinates. So that point is not exclusively 3,4. You could identify with 3,4, but you could also use polar coordinates. The
That
polar
point
coordinates,
you're talking about is Euclidean. However, the question I asked is, what do you
Euclidean
mean when
is
you say that Euclidean is only descriptive? What
So
do you mean?
Now you kept interrupting in the middle of my explanation, but that point could also be described with polar coordinates, which would
Yeah,
be
you
an
could
angle
call it
and then the radius.
or a rocket or an orange, but you're missing my question, which is
I gotta go for a second. I'm gonna just go on mute for a second.
Yeah, goodbye.
King of dodging. And I noticed Kenny's in the chat as well, in the YouTube chat, saying that we're strawmanning this straight that we talk about of Euclidean reality. Some sort of a straw man.
Sorry, my
part of
6-year-old.
Yeah, I was in the middle of talking. That's blatant ECV there when he read out two-dimensional and he still clings on to the vertical that doesn't exist, which is within his concept. That's why he just walked right past it, even reading it himself. I don't think you were quite truthful when you answered Rob earlier about being able to actually learn.
So it appears as though you think latitude and longitude has a vertical component to it, and it does not.
No, I'm saying
So if
vertical is perpendicular to a horizontal plane. That means 3D. Your conception of your fantasy geometry that you want to claim doesn't have that. It's 2D. So you cannot have vertical being perpendicular to a horizontal plane within your fantasy geometry. That is the point, Charles.
It's a straw man.
It's not a straw man. It's
Because
just
you don't
pointing
understand.
out a fact. I'm not
literally don't
rebutting an
understand
argument you've made because you haven't made an argument. I am literally just stating a fact to you.
Oh my goodness. No, you're stating a straw man and you're calling it a fact. Well, I'm just going to call you out on it because you have no concept.
That you just read two-dimensional?
No concept what you're talking about. Okay?
Oh, really? Is it a fact that you just read two-dimensional in
latitude,
the
longitude
Wikipedia link? Are you going to ignore my point completely? Are you the one making a straw man, Charles? Are you sure?
Latitude, longitude has no height component.
Yeah, just keep going, Charles.
And so you're claiming that my fantasy geometry
Everyone's
has
heard
no
my claim.
vertical.
Yes, reality does have.
Reality does have vertical. So latitude,
Yes.
longitude does not tell you how high above the ground you are. It just simply uniquely identifies a geometric location on the Earth.
The only thing that tells us anything is the fact that you said earlier they were perpendicular to each other.
Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, yes.
Longitude
is perpendicular to longitude, yes. Right?
Okay, and they're both
I don't
2D.
understand what
A horizontal plane is two-dimensional, and the surface of your imaginary sphere is two-dimensional.
Because you only need two numbers to uniquely identify a location.
These
That's what we mean by
similarities
two-dimensional.
seem to be racking up, don't they?
So anything that is two-dimensional is going to be a horizontal plane. Is that what you're saying?
Didn't say that, did I?
No.
Well,
Just said that
well, you said the
horizontal and
similarities are
vertical,
racking up. So-
horizontal and vertical are perpendicular to each other. Latitude and longitude are perpendicular to each other. Now, your imaginings of your two-dimensional longitude and latitude don't have a vertical component at all. So we could say that we can compare that to the horizontal plane with the X and the Y. Completely forget about Z. Let's get rid of it. Now, the X and the Y on the horizontal plane, are they perpendicular to each other?
The axes are perpendicular, yes.
Longitude and latitude, are they perpendicular to each other?
Yes.
Is the horizontal plane two-dimensional?
Yes.
Is the latitude and longitude supposed idea of your spherical geometry, is that two-dimensional?
You can uniquely identify a place on the globe with two numbers, latitude and longitude.
So, similar.
That does not make...
That's not a straw man, is it?
I see.
Nobody's made a straw man here. We've just
see
said
where you're going
similarities.
with this, but it is impossible to locate things that are outside of the latitude and longitude boundaries, whereas on a real horizontal plane, it goes on an infinitely. Why does latitude and longitude stop at 100? Or I'm sorry, why does longitude stop at 180? Why does latitude stop at plus 90 and minus 90? What's the boundary?
Like Saragaki said, it's an angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just an angle.
Go ahead, still believe in that, but it's only an angle if you know that the Earth is a globe. So it's funny to hear you say that, like, say latitude is an angle, and longitude is an angle, because yes, they are angles on the globe, and that's how what is it? Celestial navigation works.
Longitude is an angle. No, sorry, latitude is an angle. Longitude is just the sun. Time.
But you can go 360 degrees in 24 hours, so.
You can turn around as fast as you want.
But, did anybody try to make any measurements on the solstice, which was 2 days ago, but it's the declination of the sun is not changing very much for the next week or so, but when you go outside and make measurements, it's been very foggy and rainy here, so I haven't seen the sun in 3 days. So
that's because the sun is over here. We've had great weather for 3 days.
It's pretty funny. But one of my challenges is to have people go out and measure. I don't know. Use. I've got an online calculator where I can predict the azimuth of sunrise. However, I could not see sunrise because of my weather conditions. But hopefully, if somebody has clear skies, someplace else in the world, you will see sunrise at a certain azimuth, and I have a calculator that estimates it.
Can you use your calculator to check, like, east and west, sunrise, sunset? Are they 180 opposed to each other, or is it like more or less than 180?
Yeah, east and west are 180 degrees from each other. So are north and south.
So it is 180 then.
Who said otherwise?
No, I'm not saying anybody did. I'm just asking if your calculator or you would say that it was 180 or more or less than.
It's exactly 180. We just confirmed that north, south, east, and west are they're perpendicular to each other for 90-degree angles.
Nice.
North, south, east, west, and latitude and longitude lines, they're synonymous. They all meet at 90-degree angles. So 2 90-degree angles put together adds up to what, Saragaki? Yeah, he's not jumping for it. It's 180. I'll let you know. It's 180. 90 plus 90 is 180. So hopefully that answered your question. So my calculator does use the fact that there are 180 degrees from east to west. But anyway, if anyone's interested, they could use the calculator to estimate the azimuth of sunrise and sunset on the June solstice, and then you can compare it to reality and see how my calculator does. And all the math is homegrown. I derived every formula myself.
How do you think, you combine these? Do you reckon there is a way to combine the Euclidean everyday reality with vertical, with your conceptual 2D? Do you reckon there's a blend somewhere? Because obviously we all live in reality. So do you think that there is a way for you to nudge in that non-Euclidean into the reality that we all know?
In regards to like my calculator, one of the inputs is latitude, and so I'm using latitude on the globe side. I mean, the calculator has two sides. The calculator has a flat Earth side and a globe Earth side, and I know you don't consider yourself a flat earther, but a lot of people in this arena are. So I have a flat Earth side and a globe Earth side, and on the globe Earth side,
a calculator.
I'm using the latitude as an angle. So,
like an actual calculator.
Well, I mean, it's a spreadsheet where you can type in numbers into a couple cells in the spreadsheet, and then the spreadsheet uses other cells to calculate a result, and it will estimate your azimuth of sunrise and sunset on the June solstice.
So the azimuth, see, this is what I'm interested in. You imagine that azimuth is... Do you reckon there's any drop from that azimuth of 180?
It's actually fascinating. You should ask that, Bev, because there is an error in my calculator. It's about a degree off at the further you get. My estimate for London is about a degree off for the actual sunrise sunset. And the reason why is because it does not include drop. That is a fascinating question, Bev, and you hit the nail on the head. That's the reason why my calculator
is... I'm thinking of Blue in your Zenith.
off.
I bet he's shitting himself. Because that perpendicularity between vertical and horizontal, that's where your imagined curvy straight lines come in, isn't it?
No. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, but you can't have horizontal being a straight line, can you?
Sure you can. Go infinitely far. It's defined where you hang your plumb bob. A plumb bob, measure 90 degrees, there's your horizontal. You could extend that line infinitely far, but it's defined where the plumb bob is.
It's defined in the dictionary, and it's
okay.
actually found as a natural...
Oh my goodness.
What do you want to call it? Phenomenon? In reality, horizontal? It's actually in reality where we find horizontal in order for us to actually define what it is, because you have to know the identity of what you want to define.
Speaking of dictionaries, I just looked up in the dictionary. It was illustrated dictionary. I looked up pedantic, and they had your photo. Imagine that.
Wow, that's so nice. You're laughing at your own jokes, Charles.
Yes. I like to entertain myself.
Well, that's pretty weak.
Since we've gotten into
J-Ro
we've gotten
has
into
a picture
personalities here, can I ask a serious question of flat Earth math? So you've been here now, what, going on 4 hours?
Yes.
Right? I heard earlier in the background, you were talking about your kids, and you can hear them laughing. And I think it may have been your wife or maybe nanny. I'm not sure. Playing with them or something?
We don't have a nanny, but no, it was just my kids.
Yeah, so it was just your kids. They were playing. Sounded like they were having fun.
Yes.
Okay. What would make you come in here and spend 4 hours on a Saturday afternoon and evening while your kids are having a bunch of fun? I'm just curious, like psychologically, because I think you'd agree, right? Or you would think, if I can put words in your mouth, maybe, that you think we're just a bunch of nuts.
No.
Or maybe words to that effect.
No.
Okay. But clearly not in your line of thinking, let's say.
It's got a mission.
You're just confused about the shape of the Earth.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. What makes someone who sounds like he's got beautiful kids playing in the background? It's a Friday. It's probably nice where he is.
Nah, it's
summertime.
Miserable.
Summertime.
Yes.
But you're spending 4 hours, maybe more, because we'll see how long you stay, on a Discord server with a bunch of other people that you don't agree with about a topic that 99% of people you would say, I'm sure, believe that, or on your team, as you mentioned, teams, yeah?
Yes.
Why?
It's a hobby.
It's a hobby.
Yeah, this is my hobby.
A hobby to come into a Discord channel with a bunch of people that you may or may not think are, I don't know. I don't know what word I'd use. You can
You guys are all
fill in the
sane.
word.
All right. You guys are all 100%
You can use
sane.
whatever word you'd like.
You just
But
don't know the shape of
it
the earth.
intrigues me. It intrigues me that someone would do that with, kids happily playing in the background, having a bunch of fun, and you're not out there. I mean, I almost wanted to go out and play with your kids.
No, I have a lot of fun with my kids. I
do you?
not do
when
Discord.
You're not in the Discord.
I do not do Discord 24/7. So yes,
don't.
I do spend a lot of
That's good
quality
news.
time. I spend a lot of quality time with my children.
But you're here as a hobby.
Well, it's part of my hobby. Part of it is also designing experiments, going out in the field, performing experiments, making videos, engaging people in the chat sections on their videos. So there's lots of elements to my hobby. Once in a blue moon, I'll actually host a live stream myself on my channel. But to answer your question, Kevin, I do spend a lot of quality time with my kids.
No, that wasn't the question. I was asking why you're here instead of doing that.
Right.
That was the question.
Yeah. So the thing is, I'm a bit of an introvert, and so I get a lot of quality time in, but I'm not going to get like 24/7 quality time in, because then that would not be quality time after so many hours. So yeah, the kids are having fun, and in fact, oftentimes the kids have more fun when I'm not there, because like the kids like to just do little kid stuff, as opposed to oh, I'm aware that daddy's in the room, and what does daddy think? So no, I let them have their fun. They have their freedom. They can watch their videos. They can play on the Switch, play on the Wii. So, you ever played Luigi's Mansion? The kids, Kevin?
No, my kids are older.
Oh, okay.
My kids are much older.
Okay, because there's this game on the Wii. I'm sorry, on the Switch, called Luigi's Mansion 3, and I had 100 hours of fun with my kids, because we literally went through that thing floor by floor, and I got ultimately full completion on Luigi's Mansion, and that takes a lot of hours to do. And then we passed the controller, and then somebody else would play, and so yeah, there's no shortage of quality time in the Breeling household.
So, but the answer why you're here is it's a hobby.
It's a hobby.
Okay.
It's a two-part answer. It's a hobby, and I spend a lot of quality time with my kids.
Okay. Well,
two-part.
Thank you for answering that. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Great.
I'd like to know how many other people you think have your opinions about this understanding of not Euclidean. Because what we've been going over is the fact that we don't think most people really understand Euclidean.
I would disagree, because a good portion of Euclidean geometry is taught in high school geometry, which is a mandatory course in most high schools in the United States, at least. They don't cite Euclidean propositions by number. Usually each textbook company says, chapter 5 will have, I don't know what it'll call it, a theorem. It'll be theorem 5.1 and then theorem 5.2, and that's just because it has to be chapter 5 in that particular textbook. But ultimately, they all derive from Euclid, because Euclid was speaking the truth. So these things are, I always argued that mathematics was discovered, not invented. What was invented was like the language, but the actual mathematical principles they come from nature. So, yeah, high school geometry covers a good portion of Euclid.
Mm-hmm. That's because it's just the basics, isn't it? I don't think that gets taught. I think it gets bypassed, the simplicity of it.
Yeah, it's and it's a good point that Saragaki mentioned. Have I read Euclid cover to cover? No, I have not read Euclid cover to cover. and it would be a nice challenge. It's because there's a lot of meat there. So
it's a lot of demonstrations.
If I could, Charles, I would give you like an advice.
Yes.
When you're going through Euclid, try and, how do I say this? Try and take it one step at a time and make sure you thoroughly understand each step before moving on.
Sure.
And keep in mind that when you reach book 7 and book 11, you may struggle a little bit considering some of the things that you've said here tonight, but I hope for your sake that you will overcome that once you get that far.
Okay, fair enough. But, there's a pretty good chance that Euclid knew the Earth was a globe. So, but his principles are very sound. So
we're just in reality. Like
of course,
you do realize that you're the one with the name Flat Earth Math, right?
Yes.
And we're not flat earthers. So for you to come in here with the idea that you are superior because you're not a flat earther with that name, it's a little bit hard to get away from, right? You can't just go around pointing at people who live in reality and say, well, you guys think that straight lines are straight. That makes you a flat earther. It doesn't.
No, I believe that.
You're the
that
flat
straight
earth
lines are straight.
mathematics. That's you.
Sorry, I had to put myself on mute because my kids were screaming like super loud all of a sudden, and so I did close my door, so hopefully the volume will be cut down. But thanks for the suggestion, Paige. I apologize. No, I don't walk up to people and say straight lines aren't straight. So that's a straw man. Okay. Straight line Euclidean makes perfect sense. Straight line on the surface of a sphere also makes perfect sense. And again, straight line on a sphere is a shorthand, informal way of saying geodesic on a sphere. All
if
right?
I may, Charles,
sure.
I will actually back you for once. Listen to this, okay? So straight line in Euclidean makes perfect sense, you said, yeah? And then you said straight line on the surface of a sphere makes perfect sense, yeah? And I will agree. And that straight line on the surface of a sphere is called a tangent line.
I get what you're saying. A straight line that is in contact with the surface of a sphere. I see what you did there.
Sphere at one point and one point only, as proposition 316 shows. You cannot have any other straight line go, at that point without cutting the sphere. So, that's
again,
a tangent line you're talking about.
So that I'm going to give you the point there. I'm licking my finger. Psst, okay, you got a point there. When I said straight line on the surface of a sphere, I was not talking about a Euclidean straight line that was in contact with the sphere, just to be clear. I was talking about a straight line drawn on the surface of a sphere, also known as a geodesic on the surface of the sphere, also known as a piece of a great circle on the surface of the sphere.
Could we
But thank you for that clarification. That was great.
Yeah, you're welcome. But could we sort of make a point out of not saying straight line drawn on the surface of a sphere and just call it a geodesic instead of using the word straight when it's obviously a curve?
Yeah, I didn't invent the word geodesic. I think it was Brenda.
I'm just saying,
Brenda was the one that taught me that one.
Yeah, Brenda's taught us some stuff as well. But I'm just saying, right, instead of using imprecise language, because I know you're big on precise language. So considering the word straight doesn't apply to the line that you draw on the surface of a sphere, since that's obviously curved, wouldn't it be better if you just use the word geodesic or whatever other word that doesn't mean straight line when you're talking about this line that you're drawing on the surface of a sphere, to avoid confusion, just for your own sake?
Yes, I take that criticism. However, most people aren't familiar enough with concept of a geodesic. Most people are familiar with what a straight line looks like on the surface of a sphere, such as the equator, on a globe.
Most people aren't familiar with Euclidean.
Well, no, at least high school geometry version.
So when
Euclidean.
you say a Euclidean straight, you're going to be confusing people. You are.
No, but I'm not saying Euclidean straight. I'm saying
Did you
Euclidean
say
straight
Jesse
line.
taught you
I've got no
about
problem
a geodesic?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Did you say Jesse taught you that a geodesic?
Brenda, and it was actually me listening to your show when you were talking with Brenda. Now Brenda was trying to describe how the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, and you guys were giving her a really hard time. So yeah, that's the first person I ever heard say the word geodesic was Brenda.
Wow, and you thought you'd take it on?
Well,
Again,
I try to learn new words,
group
you know,
of people,
technical words.
very focused group of people that seem to be the only people able to imagine, fantasize about. Well, I don't know. Did Brenda say anything about geodesic in Euclidean reality being a straight line, an actual straight line?
I don't remember her saying that. No.
Did you listen when Brenda explained about paraconsistent logics? Were you here for that?
No.
That's a good episode. Maybe worth looking into paraconsistent logics. I think you would benefit.
I think he's already benefited from it.
Yeah, but you know, knowing your affliction.
Yeah, well,
could
yeah.
be helpful.
Knowing where it comes from.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be careful of that. Like, it's like voodoo. Strange fellas in strange chat rooms can affect people in strange ways.
I was just trying to clarify on Dead Air had said, was that a snake? So yeah, I just typed this into chat. So in America, you know, if you're having a conversation with somebody and then somebody scores a rhetorical, you know, good point, and you just want to give them some props, you know, you want to give them credit for scoring that good rhetorical point. The gesture you do, you know, it's the concept is you wet your finger and then you touch a white hot surface and then the spit vaporizes and goes tss, okay. So the what you do if you're talking with somebody is you lick your finger and then you just point to the other person and then you go tss, and then you're just trying to give them the acknowledgement that they are white hot.
You must not realize you do it quite a lot when you're talking, especially when I feel you get frustrated. So
Oh no. That came right after I was trying to say he got a point, and I said I'm licking my finger, and then I went tss. Okay, that's what I meant.
so you kept doing okay, so you were just carrying it on in the background for yourself.
No, I was not. I maybe I'm not understanding what it is that you guys are talking about. But I thought Dead Air was referring to when I was talking to Saragaki and he said the point about the tangent, and I was saying, oh, that was a good point. And I licked my finger and I went tss, to show Saragaki had scored a point on me, rhetorically speaking. Yes, that's exactly Mobius and J-Ro. I'm sorry. That's exactly it. Anyway, so yeah, no, Saragaki, it's if you use it to somebody else, it's the you got burned. Like if you're talking to if you're in gesturing to somebody that somebody else just scored a point on, absolutely, that you got burned. But if it's you personally talking to somebody, then that's the connotation. At least in the United States, maybe it's different someplace else. But anyway, this is fun. I think I'm gonna push off. You guys have been very patient. I've monopolized 4 hours of your time. But yeah, I think we covered a bunch of good, interesting things. I definitely would like to know what the shape of the line of latitude is in your world, but
line
because it's a circle in my world.
Shape of a line.
Well, a line that passes through a series of countries and ends up where you started is a very interesting line. It looks like a circle to me.
Can I post you one of those lines in the chat? I want to hear your opinion on this. Before we go, please.
Sure.
You know when people do research.
Yes.
I think he's just finding a series of pictures.
Yeah, this one. Can you see this
Yeah,
one?
the line of longitude.
The triangulation that's been done all the way from Moldova all the way to Norway.
Oh, look at all those triangles. Yes. Okay. So it's kind of hard to see, but yes, I'm now seeing the triangulation. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. That
Yeah, I
was
just want
that
to
was.
hear what your obfuscation tactics are about this.
Well, no. If you actually
Obviously plain that's from Moldova all the way to the top of Norway, the triangles triangulated within it the entire way. I just want to know what your obfuscation tactic will be.
my obfuscation tactic is to not obfuscate, is to say that these guys did geodetic surveying the entire distance, and they were measuring a meridian. The same thing has happened in just about every country of the world. France had a big one. The UK, obviously, the prime meridian goes through Greenwich. So yeah, the north-south triangulation along a meridian, absolutely. Geodetic surveying. That's exactly what they did. I'm just not familiar with that expedition. Does that expedition have a name? Do you have like a reference for where that diagram came from?
I would know the name. I would have to look that up if.
Okay, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but that's fascinating. Yeah, all those triangles were done geodetically.
Done what?
They were done geodetically, and each one of those triangles.
Yes, within Euclidean space, straight lines. Yes.
Euclidean 3D space.
Yes.
Euclidean 3D space.
Straight lines. Yes. Obviously.
Yeah, but also with changes of elevation, so those triangles are not flat triangles lying on the ground. Those are mountains and valleys and everything in between.
Yes, they're triangles.
So anyway, I hope that answered your question.
Yeah.
Thanks asking.
I think it did.
I hope you have a great weekend also. Great, gentlemen.
Yeah. Take care.
Yeah.
It's great talking with you guys. Thank you. Sorry things got a little heated a couple times, but I just try to speak the truth. You guys ask me very direct questions. I try to answer them the best I can. And I don't want to ruffle any feathers. I don't want to offend anybody because you guys are very gracious. You're a good host, Bev. I appreciate it. Kevin, I do think you should put Incarnation off of mute. But anyway, have a great weekend, everybody. Take care.
Okay. Thank you
Bye bye.
very much. I think we're going to have a conversation one day about why he's actually called Flat Earth Mathematics. It's the idea of that.
It's a nice map Saragaki posted.
I posted a few more for you in the other channel. I don't think they need to be posted to make the point I wanted to make. I think my point was made perfectly clear by the one I posted. I gave you a few more if you want.
Oh, you definitely made your point. Yep.
So strange, isn't it? You know, like how there's only Flat Earth Mathematics comes around at these times. Why do you think that is?
There is some issue. You know, that splinter in their mind, it needs addressing. They just don't know where it is or how to find it. So it's just all over the map, trying to do anything and whatever. Find more creative ways to explain things, whatever it is. I don't know what it could be either, except the straight line is straight.
Yeah. I don't know. We could definitely do with talking to somebody else other than, I mean, if a guy that calls himself Flat Earth Mathematics is the best that Team Globe has, then, I don't know, maybe a bit of Farmer's Boy in from Blue Marble in the chat, you know, in the YouTube chat. It's about the best that they've got. We are talking about straight lines. Straight lines. And they send in a guy called Flat Earth Mathematics. They must be
That was
really
pretty wild.
struggling.
I was hoping to get Charles to answer a question I posted, but what's that guy's name? Some other guy answered for him, I guess, or his own answer. But I wanted to ask Charles if he believed that the distance over the surface of a curved surface is longer, shorter, or no different than a straight line distance. Whereas the other guy said that it's actually longer, which I thought was weird.
Yeah, well,
but,
isn't that what happened to Bob? You know, like that.
See, I thought Bob said that it's shorter than a straight line distance.
Yeah, they get confused that the Haversine or whatever, the curve line, is the straight line. So therefore there becomes a shorter than.
Like a double negative, it's like longer plus longer equals shorter. I don't know.
I think it's once you've become to accept this, not that, then I don't know. Like, I think it does strange things to people's minds, and you know.
Oh, there it is. That guy. They call me Bruce. He's in the chat now.
Oh yeah, he
He's the
came
one
in
that said
for
that
it. It
it's.
got verified today.
Oh, okay, cool.
Don't worry, he sounds nothing at all like Wally, right?
Nothing.
Absolutely not. Couldn't possibly be.
Can't be.
He might come in for a chat. If we're lucky. Blue Marble's in the YouTube chat. Blue Marble Science, that is. One of the sources of Flat Earth Mathematics. Who did we have? He's got Blue Marble Science for a picture of an elevation profile. And he's got Brenda. And, oh, Jesse Kozlowski, the man that isn't around anymore. They were the sources that Flat Earth Mathematics cited tonight. Oh, look, there's Kenny as well. Another one. Another farmer's boy to come and help Blue. And Blue Marble Science says, you've been talking about straight lines for years now and still can't figure it out. It is quite simple, isn't it, about straight lines? Who do you think the ones that are obfuscating this? Who do you think that is? That might be us. Years talking to a group of people that have obfuscated straight. It's hardly surprising. I mean, like, we do. We know the reason why these guys obfuscate straight.
And just the fact that we're in this Discord server. I wanted to ask Charles what he meant when he said, quote unquote, the arena, because like I'm only in this Discord server. I don't go anywhere. So yeah, people like Charles, they come to this Discord server to do this on purpose with an agenda, obviously. Like we're not seeking them out to obfuscate something. You know, that seems ridiculous considering we just stay here and talk about it. Been talking about the same stuff for however long now.
Yeah, they're the ones that come here. They may get triggered about it, and we just reply to them. Let's face it. We've been saying the same thing for years, and they've been trying to tell us that we're wrong for years, but hey, we just keep getting more and more proofs, like actual real proofs. And their only rebuttal to that is proofs don't exist. Not that.
And like I understand that to a degree, I understand that they would want to come and tell us that we're wrong. But I would sort of hope that they would be able to explain how or why or anything about the idea that we're wrong, not just blatantly state it and then continue to contradict themselves for 4.5 hours or 5 hours. I don't know how long it's been.
It's too long, really, for somebody to. He's obviously got a mission, he's got a narrative, and he's obviously reporting back to whoever. I don't know for what reason. I know Kenny's been getting triggered on Twitter. He wants to come in and, you know, have his say. This group of people, I think, there used to be quite a lot of them, but they've slowly dwindled away. Like from the likes of Bob. Jesse Kozlowski was the first one. He knew when the going was good to get out. Soundly, pretty similar. The ones that stuck around. What's happened to him? Only the most deluded are the ones that are left. And they're just coming to tell us about they don't think reality is the same as what we know it to be. It's so weird. So strange.
That 2D, 3D thing, having vertical being perpendicular to a plane, a horizontal plane, obviously, requires 3D. That wasn't addressed. But yeah, that 2D fantasy geometry, aka not 3D, only 2D, aka not real, hence the word fantasy, you can't have that within that framework. And just to have that stated without Charles talking in the back all the time.
And Kenny's in the YouTube chat telling everybody he's a bit like, how do we explain? He's a bit like Fight the Flat Earth. He gets angry. So it's not really best that he's not one of these best at talking. More of a text chat troll. Because they do. Quite a lot of them get very angry. Instead of, especially when talking about straight lines. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how angry somebody would get about not understanding 2D and 3D in reality? Yeah, you should do, Blue. Queue up, Blue. Get Kenny on. Kenny, you should go on Fight the Flat Earth. Give him a proper show. turned into a love fest. And Kenny, Blue Marble's missing a new co-host. He's been trying people out, see how well he do. He's been auditioning them. Rumpus has got a bit too much for him, so he's tried Flat Earth Math, but a little bit too religious, I think. He keeps bringing in people that they want to religify the globe for him, and they're doing a very good job. I think you should join Team Blue Marble, Kenny. Go over the joining. I think we've got to get together with the melding of these not Euclidean and Euclidean, how these two can come together, because one of them doesn't have vertical, so you can completely forget about vertical. And then the other one obviously does have vertical, but it has horizontal being perpendicular to it. It's been busy.
I wonder if anyone will be able to answer your question about the conception of a blend between the two in order to actually incorporate vertical.
Yeah, I think that's what the Blue Marble science team, and like if they can put their heads together and come up with a way of adding vertical into non-Euclidean, like just add a little bit of Euclidean in. Go on, a little splash of Euclidean on top of that non-Euclidean. But start off with mainly non-Euclidean, right?
Yep. Just add on what you need in order to incorporate vertical. It is one of those Einstein moments. Yeah. And Blue is at the helm of the ship, right? I think, Blue, you should gather your forces, Blue Ops and everything, and try and find out how to do this.
I think it can be sorted out quite well once we get together with one of the actual geodetic surveyors. As soon as they bring a actual geodetic surveyor that we can have a conversation with, it should only take a couple of seconds. But I don't think I don't think they exist. These special Blue Marble science geodetic surveyors. Obviously, Jesse Kozlowski had to do a Jesse Kozlowski. But he's still around, apparently. He's talking to people like Flat Earth Mathematics. Blue Marble Science. He won't ever talk to anybody and tell anybody about how he did any of his methods or anything. You just have to take it, like Flat Earth Mathematics does. On the word of he's had a good chat with Brenda about certain things, and he's told him about different. Had a good lengthy chat. We even went out for a meal or something like that, wasn't it? Got quite impressive. So I think tomorrow I'm going to put out a video about our friend who's in the chat's been muted for a little bit earlier. It's called the Ignorant Dogmatician. What do you reckon's the best sort of time? Tomorrow it is the early UFC, and it is my lad's birthday. All in one. So yeah, I will be putting that one out, the Ignorant Dogmatician. I suppose I could put it out in a bit. What do you reckon?
Yeah, what's stopping you?
Well, for you guys in America, it's only early, isn't it? would you want to hear the ignorant dogmatician? I'll put that on. And what time is it now? I suppose I could get it out for 1 a.m. UK time in about 35 minutes. Give you something to watch if you...
I vote yes, but that's only because I really want to hear it.
Yeah. You've been waiting for quite a while to listen to that. We've got loads of ones with Nico, the French guy, that you'd like, his idea of actual geometry.
Yeah, I got to talk to Nico a little bit one time. I hope I get another chance. I hope he comes back.
Right, so that's what I'm going to do. We're going to end it now, and I'll put out a video in about 35 minutes. The ignorant dogmatician, our friend. I don't know what his name is, because this Discord's done that stupid thing with everybody's names. Can't remember what his name is. Okay, so
Incarnation.
That's it, Incarnation. The ignorant dogmatician, as we call him. Check this one out, Blue. I like this one. This one's for you, Blue. See you in a bit and on the video. Might be back out Saturday, who knows? Sunday. All change. It's been a good Friday. Thank you very much for watching. See you in a bit. Assumption number 1. A vertical is a straight line.
That's
okay.
Make the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it. Right, okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane. Not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
That's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump in space, Bev. Yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we know how water
flows. Horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's bridge proved, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
So you're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just said that it's falling away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no
No,
hump.
it's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no
In
curve
reality-
to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
No,
So
not
they
by the
would meet
definition.
that description.
No, Bev, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and it doesn't. I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, what do you think? I think I destroyed you is what I think. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh, yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then. Nope.